All right, I thought I'd offer one last opportunity. Anyone have comments or questions on anything that took place this morning? No hands up. Okay, so as I indicated, my preference before we broke is that I think this is the appropriate time if anyone here at the table wants to make a motion, cross-cutting motion that would apply to anything we're going to deal with, then make your motion and we'll vote it up or down, whatever the result is. If in fact we don't get to any kind of cross-cutting motion that kind of sets the framework for how we deal with the next phase, then it would be my intent to move to the individual state proposals and go through those one by one and deal with them hopefully on a consensus basis if possible. But I want to emphasize, if anybody wants to make a cross-cutting motion, do it up front so everybody knows what the rules are. Okay? Dan.
Thanks, David. I have a motion that I gave to staff over lunch. So my motion, shall I read it into the record and then discuss it? Okay. Move that the state implementation of Addendum 6 conservation equivalency proposals approved today be contingent upon a TC or technical committee analysis documenting that the combined effect of the state selected measures is at least a projected 18% reduction from 2017 total removals. Failure to achieve a cumulative 18% reduction shall result in mandatory implementation of the Addendum 6 management measures. States will advise the ASMFC of their selected conservation equivalency measures by March 6th. The board will be advised of the results of the TC's analysis by March 13th, and the implementation deadline for the fisheries regulations remain April 1st.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Seconded by Richie White. Discussion on the motion. Any discussion? Yes, David.
Sorry if this is already clear to everyone else. Excuse me. The failure to achieve a cumulative 18% reduction. Failure to achieve it by analysis or the actual fishing of it? How long until they have to go back to the addendum?
Dan.
What I should have written is failure to achieve a projected 18% reduction as calculated by the TC.
Right. Dan, you're perfecting your motion. Richie White, you accepting that perfection? If so, it's been perfected. Other questions? Justin.
So just, I guess, kind of a process question. So the way this would work is that each state would advise the commission whether they were going to implement either the Addendum 6 standard measure or some other measure by March 6th. The TC will do an analysis to see if all those measures together will get us to 18%. If they don't, will there then be some opportunity for conversation? I can imagine if we get pretty close that some states might be willing to adjust their measures slightly to get us to 18%. But then also, how will that, I guess what I'm concerned here is that if all the states decide what they want to implement and then that doesn't get us to 18%, how will we decide who gets the opportunity to change or how that'll be handled?
Dan.
Well, my concern, and I apologize to the TC for creating these deadlines without talking to anybody, but my concern is that it's going to be so late in the season in the rulemaking process. I can't imagine an iterative process where we keep going back and forth to get new rules. My thinking was to do it in a one-shot deal.
Roy, and then Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make sure I understand the motion, if Dan or Richie would clarify for me. So, if we exceed the 18% reduction, The statement says, failure to achieve a projected 18% reduction shall result in mandatory implementation of Addendum 6 measures. That means to me there will be no conservation equivalency permitted at that point. Was that the intent?
Yes.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly.
Then I would have to say that I can't support the motion. I was thinking that something more appropriate would be that we would be dealing with compliance measures in Amendment 7, and that would specify or give some specification towards how compliance would be measured against the plan measures, and that if we go over 18%, I mean, it's pretty obvious with commercial, if there's an overreach of the 18% and commercial goes over their allocations, then that's pretty easy to calculate a payback of pound for pound. With recreational, it's much more difficult, and I can't support a motion that takes conservation equivalency off the table. Thank you.
Mike Louise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to agree with Roy Miller. While I understand the first part of the motion, and I understand the need and the desire for achieving the percent reductions that we're all striving for, my first concern is the fallback provision to the Addendum 6 measures. I made many comments throughout the development of Addendum 6. And the Chesapeake Bay option that was selected by the board at one fish at 18 inches. A one fish at 18-inch minimum size in Chesapeake Bay would put our for-hire fleet out of business, and we've heard that time and time again. So we would be faced with a fallback in the event that we don't meet the 18% reduction to something that we, as a state, would not be able to implement, due to the economic impact and the social impact it would have on our for-hire fleet. So with that, I can't support the motion. Thank you.
Richie White and then Jim Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of further answer to Roy's question, if this happens, it's not conservation equivalent. If you don't get the 18% reduction, then the conservation equivalent proposals are not conservation equivalent. That's what this is getting at.
Jim Gilmore.
Well, good segue. So Richie, and I agree with both Roy and Mike, it's that we're going to take a larger hit because we're a larger harvester. So we're in the 20-something% reduction. So we're going to add that in. And again, if we get to each state, I'm willing to tell exactly what we're going to do. But this gives me the risk right now, even if I throw in 20-something%, I need conservation equivalency under that for the Hudson and a commercial tweak, which are tweaks, and this essentially takes that off the table. I don't have conservation equivalency at all, so it's, it's not, I understand what Dan's trying to do, and it's trying to simplify this, but with the risk of losing conservation equivalency altogether, I can't support the motion. Thank you.
All right, I have Pat, Jason, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly agree with the overarching intent here. Mr. Gilmore brings up a point that in previous conversations with him on this tweaking kind of the original intent of conservation equivalencies that I would want to try to make sure we would maintain in any motion for, and I think it's for the same reason that Roy has brought up from a Delaware perspective, that tweaking and that flexibility is removed. But a question I'd like to pose to the chair is, from a time frame, this March time frame, would that even give jurisdictions the time to ensure that they have these changes in place for implementation for April 1? I mean, we're really, if you've got to go through rulemaking based on all conversations we've had around the table about time frame of rulemaking in the past, we certainly are going to be hamstringing states to be able to meet the compliance date.
Yeah, I mean, I can't answer that, but I'd express a personal view that March 6th probably ought to be backed up. Because that pushes you right up against the deadline where I'm sure some of the states down in the Mid-Atlantic will already have fisheries operating or whatever. They can speak to that point individually if they want, but I think it's problematic. The date is problematic. I've got Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think this is a pretty clever motion. I'm not quite sure what to make of it yet, but I have a pragmatic question for either Max, Nicole, or Katie. And that is, it seems straightforward what the motion's asking for, but I think when you get back in front of your computer, these things get less straightforward. And my question is this something that the TC can even analyze? If you get a specific CE from a state and you kind of cobble those all together, they'll be weighted, based on the harvest. Is it that straightforward?
Yes, that's certainly how I see it. I do think, just in terms of timing, there probably isn't time for a very thorough TC review. This would be something that staff would do and could disseminate to the TC for a quick look, but it's certainly not something that the TC is going to have it's going to have a ton of time to weigh in on with this time frame.
Justin? Pass. Let's see, who's that? I wrote down, I can't. I'm having difficulty reading my own handwriting. Dennis, would you like to bail me out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Jim's comments a little bit ago and also to Roy's, getting back to the basis of having conservation equivalency, I think there was an understanding some years ago. Use Maine as an example. Maine came forward and we approved a 20 to 26 inch slot. And that was for a biological reason. And I think that Jim's comments about the Hudson has a biological basis. And I think the same in Delaware. So those things to me are legitimate conservation equivalency. And not to pick on anybody, but a lot of these I view as a means of increasing harvest and on paper meeting the 18%. So again, I think that for biological purposes, conservation equivalency works. But having 40 or 50 proposals is way beyond, just way beyond.
John Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the consternation with conservation equivalency that's been expressed here, but all the states that submitted conservation equivalency proposals did so at the directive of the board at the last meeting. So therefore, I would like to move to substitute that the board approve the conservation equivalency proposals as reviewed by the TC and presented today. And if I can get a second on that, I'd follow up.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mike Luisi. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as I said, I think the conservation equivalency discussion we've had is a good one, but as Roy pointed out, I think that's something we need to tackle under Amendment 7. All states went into, with Addendum 6, went into the conservation equivalency process based on what was approved. And I think all these proposals, whether you like them or dislike them, the TC has said overall that they followed the protocols that were given to the states and that they will meet the 18% for those states. I understand that taken as a whole, there's some concern about that, but we did what we were asked to do, and I think this is the time just to approve these, get these in place, and then under Amendment 7, we can tackle all these other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Mike, do you want to follow up as the seconder?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, to John's point, we've had conservation equivalency as a topic of discussion over the past year. It's been decided by this board, I think it was at our August meeting, that we would be allowed to use conservation equivalency moving forward after the addendum was finalized. And so states went back to their respective regions and talked with stakeholders to devise what they felt was going to be the best attempt at achieving the outcomes that are expected through Addendum 6. And something that just doesn't sit well with me, it's been brought up a number of times, and I have yet to see the analysis, but when you take the coast-wide approach and you apply that measure to the states, there are varying degrees of reductions by each individual state depending on their harvest. I think Jim Gilmore kind of mentioned that as a large large harvester state, you're taking a disproportionate reduction if applying the coast-wide approach. I have yet to see the analysis, but I haven't once heard one of the states who may fall below the desired level of reduction, maybe a 5 or 9 or 10, 11% reduction as it applies to the coast-wide level, ever mention that they would be considering to do more, to try to advance their measures to meet the 18% reduction required. So, you know, conservation equivalent, it was determined by this board months ago that we could use conservation equivalency. We need conservation equivalency. We cannot implement measures that would, that Addendum 6 suggested for our Chesapeake Bay. And so, again, that's why I support the overall approach. I think Amendment 7 will be the time when we can have, you know, a good conversation about conservation equivalency moving forward. Today's just not the day to take it off the table. Thank you.
Yeah, just maybe a point of clarification for the maker and seconder. Would you be willing to make a friendly to include implementation plans in this as well? Some states did not submit conservation equivalency, and I'm trying to, I feel like you're trying to encompass all the measures that were in that table into one motion, or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was to include all the conservation equivalency proposals, but you're suggesting just put an implementation date in?
No. I mean that some states submitted implementation plans with no conservation equivalency proposals. Would they be included here? Could we include the term implementation proposals or plans?
Sure,
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, Mike, is that perfection agreed to? So we have a perfected motion on the table. I had Steve Train.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look at these two motions, well, now the substitute, and if we do not reach a cumulative 18%, which state has to make up the difference? So we're not going to do anything. There's nothing in it. There's no backstop like the original motion. So if these combination of conservation equivalencies don't get there and we don't know what they're going to do, we haven't done our job. And we don't have a backstop on the substitute motion. I understand the concept, but it just leaves, I think, too much risk. We don't know what the sum total is going to be of these.
Churi?
Yes, I agree. I have the same concern that was just echoed. I also have a question. Some of these conservation equivalency plans have actually not been approved by the TC, is that correct? So according to this, those would not be considered in this motion. Again, my overall comment is the concern that I just echoed, but I also have that question. Thanks.
All right, I have,
my read of the motion is that this would only approve all the options that were presented in the table in the TC memo. All other options that didn't make that table would be not approved here.
all right, I have John McMurray And then Russ Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't support the substitute. I understand that the main motion is problematic, but really, what choice do we have? We painted ourselves into the corner with conservation equivalency. If states do what's laid out on these CE proposals, in all likelihood, we will not achieve the 18% reduction. And that essentially, we would willfully not be meeting the Addendum 6 reductions. And is the board okay with that? Because I don't think that the public is.
Thanks, John. I've got Russ Allen and then Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all the concerns around this table on conservation equivalency. I've been working with conservation equivalency for striped bass since, bring back my Tom Foti memories and go back to, Amendment 6 when it was adopted in 2003, or addendums, Amendment 6. And, we've been doing this every year. And this is the first time this major conversation has come up, which is great because we should be having these kinds of conversations. The way things have been done in the past where I know at one point I put together maybe 15 or 20 options to take to the technical committee, but we really approved the methodology. And I think that's what's key here is we approving methodology of how the technical committee goes about their business and says, we think this is good, this isn't good. The difference here is we're doing it in such a short time frame. We used to do that, go to the technical committee, take it out to our constituents first, look that stuff over, then come back to the board with, here's the 2 options that we're going to do. So this is a little different because we're doing it so quickly. And people that haven't been doing this for a long time can sense that there's a problem here. But as I said, 2003 was Amendment 6, and we haven't even started Amendment 7 yet, really. And that's where we should be going with conservation equivalency, accountability. It should have been done 5 or 10 years ago when we really were thinking about it, but we didn't do it. So I am definitely in favor of this motion that John and Mike have put up there.
Adam.
Thank you. So what strikes me is that I think we've got a level of confidence here that when we put all of the CE proposals, the number for the coast is probably going to come in less than 18%. I think we've got a pretty high confidence level of that. I think we also have a very high confidence level that the number for the coast is not going to be 8%. It's going to be some small number below 18%. The purpose of what we're doing here is to provide conservation for the stock. When I look at coast-wide landings from 2017 to 18 and then preliminary 19 numbers that are down over 50% since 2017. To sit here and quibble about is our coast-wide reduction 18 or 17 or 16 to provide states flexibility. I understand some of us may not have been around the table with striped bass CE proposals, but I can assure you that this commission as a whole, when you look at some of the other species boards, summer flounder, black sea bass, is no stranger to developing large suites of CE proposals designed to try to meet some number. This is in no way inconsistent with actions of this commission as a whole. In terms of what this means to the resource, when you look at the reductions that are already occurring in harvest for the health of the resource, it provides me a very high level of confidence that this is an interim measure until we can tackle a lot of the other concerns voiced around the table as part of the Amendment 7 process. Thank you.
Jason and Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick things to something Mike Luisi said earlier, that the Rhode Island conservation equivalency is higher. We were, with the coast-wide, we would have been about a 14% reduction, and so whether it was the regional or the Rhode Island-specific ones, it goes up. But the point of saying that is just to kind of hit home the point that Rhode Island taking a little bit more is not going to subsidize any of the states to the south. And so I agree with Adam, and of course haven't done the math, but I'm almost certain that with the conservation equivalencies, because everybody didn't do a conservation equivalency, that we won't meet that goal of 18%. So I just wanted to get that on the table, but I also wanted to say that I won't support this motion because it gives a blanket approval. I wanted to have further discussion on one of the CEs, and so for that reason, I won't be supporting this motion.
Dan and then Justin?
Yeah, just for the record, I don't believe the will of the board back in October was to cap reductions on a state-by-state basis to 18%. The will of the board was to create a series of regulations or I think more consistent regulations to achieve an 18% reduction coast-wide.
Justin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I can't support this motion. I don't fault any one state for pursuing conservation equivalency, and Connecticut did it too. I think states have good motives. I wouldn't go so as far as to impugn anyone's motives of why they're, pursuing conservation equivalency. I think people are trying to do what's best for their fishery while also providing conservation. I'm just concerned that when we look at where this is leading us, that any one state's decisions are made in good faith, but that overall it's leading us away from a sort of a coast-wide management program that I think is really viewed, pretty positively by the public. I don't think the public wants to see us move away from that. I think it's just really telling, looking at that initial presentation we had today, that it took 15 minutes and a dozen slides to go through all the options. It looks like we're contemplating taking one of our sort of simplest management programs and turning it into one of our most complex. And I think by doing that, we're steering right into the weakness of the MRIP data. We've all had conversations around this table about how when you start chopping MRIP data down to the state and the wave and the mode level, you get issues with precision and reliability, and we're playing right into that by moving this management program towards patchwork regulations, where we're formulating those regs and assessing their performance using MRIP data at those sort of lower levels of resolution. So I have concerns around that, and just whether we're buying ourselves trouble for down the road by making this program more complex. When we come back to this table in the future and there's opportunity for hopefully liberalization, or we have to take further reductions, I think how we do that is going to become more complicated if we move away from a coast-wide program. And just this uncertainty about whether we're going to hit the target for the addendum by, introducing conservation equivalency here. So there are some proposals that I could absolutely support, some of the minor tweaks that have been talked about earlier, but this sort of blanket motion to just provide approval for all CE proposals, I unfortunately can't support that.
Jim Gilmore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, for the most part, can't support the motion because it doesn't fix that 18% issue. And I know I saw the pain look on Nicole's face before. Trying to calculate the incredible number of combinations would be ridiculous. However, I think if this one goes down, it fails, where we're going to go is individual states, and we're going to have to go around the table. So one suggestion to maybe salvage this is that I could support this if actually each one of the states went around and essentially declared what they were going to be doing. Because again, if you came to this table and you have no idea, that's pretty surprising. And I'll go first if we get to this point. What New York plans to do, and it comes down to one set of combinations, not 15. So either we can vote this down and try that, or we can go around and start discussing what we actually plan to do in our states.
I've got Dennis, and then Pat, and then Emerson. Anyone else?
Just a point of clarification. A comment was made that we decided at the August meeting to allow conservation equivalency. My recollection in August was that I made a motion not to allow it, but am I not correct that in any fisheries management plan, conservation equivalency is always an option? Am I correct in my thinking?
I believe the answer is yes, but I'm going to defer to Bob.
You're correct, Mr. Chairman. The answer is yes, unless that FMP specifies areas that do not allow conservation equivalency. There's a couple in lobster and a couple others.
Pat, and then Emerson.
You sure you got the order right, Mr. Chairman? Am I next?
I have to call on the big poobah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. At a recent public hearing just held last week in Maine on our regulation to go to 28 to 35 inches, I attended to just listen in to understand kind of where our constituents in Maine are. And frankly, it wasn't even a conversation about our regulation. It was a long, drawn-out conversation, very editorialized about the failures of this body. And, you know, we're all, as managers, used to hearing about concerns as it pertains to things that people don't like. But in this case, and quite possibly coming in as the sitting chair, it certainly hit home much more than it has in the past. There were tremendous oppositions to CEs, the intent of how they're being used, failures of the board across the spectrum, the fact that we need to be in a rebuilding mode and we're not moving in that direction, the points that have just been brought up that we will not achieve the 18% reduction. And a question from Mr. Luisi, are states willing to do more? I can tell you the people in that public hearing in the state of Maine were willing to do much more, including moratorium conversations, which just kind of shocked me. And I think those are coming up based on their concerns that we're not going to do the right thing for the species and to stop overfishing. On top of that, spending time this weekend, I'm going to say it on the record, but Mr. Abbott was probably right, and I probably should have voted to support his motion when it was made in regards to CEs for overfished stocks. But we do have two memos, one from the technical committee and one from the law enforcement committee, that raises many, many red flags for many of the conservation equivalencies that have been proposed. So based on all of that information, in particular the two memos and the public sentiment that I received back home in Maine, I will not be able to support the motion.
All right, I'm going to take Emerson. Anyone else after that? I'm sensing we've kind of finalized our positions around the table. So after Emerson, I'm going to allow everybody to have 1 minute break. Don't leave your seat, and then we'll take a vote. Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I cannot support this motion either because I'm not ready to approve this whole laundry list of whatever it is, 47, 49, 50 conservation equivalency proposals. Based on the technical committee memo, the law enforcement memo, public input, I don't think that all of those on that list are appropriate. I might be willing to revisit a similar motion once we've discussed the particulars on that long list and maybe whittled that list down. And then also, I cannot support the original motion either because we do need to have some conservation equivalency in some of the cases on a state-by-state issue. So I can't support either one. And with that, I call the question.
Mike, and then Dennis, and then I am going to call the question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so to Emerson and Jim's point, I think that, well, I know that some of the provisions in the conservation equivalency proposal that Maryland submitted have come under question. We haven't had the opportunity to comment directly to some of the questions that were asked earlier. I would like to have that opportunity at some point, but I also, on Jim's line of thinking, I think that we would be in the position to whittle down our options in the Chesapeake Bay to something more manageable. We had 4 options. I think we could limit that, and I would hope that by hearing that out, that there might be some more confidence in the options that we would take to the public, and reduce that level of uncertainty associated with the targeting provisions that a lot of people around the table had questions for. So I'm going to support this motion, but I hope that if depending on how it goes, there'll be an opportunity to follow along the lines of Jim Gilmore and maybe have states identify what their preferred alternatives would be in that event. Thank you.
Dennis?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Agreeing with Emerson, not really liking the motion that's before us and seeing the flaws in the underlying motion, but also seeing the importance of the decision we're being asked to make today, both from a financial aspect for everyone involved in striped bass fishing, the importance of it all. It really puts us in a position of making, I think, I'll call it a hasty decision. Might I not have the suggestion, where I've heard comments from others, that whittle down? I would be of a mind to say that we should recess this issue until later in the week and ask the states to come back with a proposal that we could act on. And I think everyone might be happy with that. But asking us, on the one hand, to approve 49 of 50 really goes to what I've been, preaching for a few months now. So is that not something that we could consider?
My preference here would be to do 1-minute caucus, vote on the motion, vote it up or down, and then if by chance it fails, then we'll have a discussion of what the next step is at that point. Any objections to handling it that way? If not, 1-minute caucus. We've already had a roll call, so this is going to be by roll call. All right, if everybody could have a seat, please. I'm going to read the motion so that it's clear on the record. Move to substitute to approve the conservation equivalency plans and implementation plans as approved by the technical committee. Motion by Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Luisi. So, Max, please read the roll.
Maine.
No.
New Hampshire.
No.
Massachusetts.
No.
Rhode Island.
No.
Connecticut.
No.
New York.
No.
New Jersey,
Yes.
Pennsylvania,
No.
Delaware,
Yes.
Maryland,
Yes.
District of Columbia,
No.
Potomac River Fisheries Commission,
Yes.
Virginia,
No.
North Carolina,
No.
National Marine Fisheries Service,
No.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
No.
Motion fails 12-4. So we're back to the main motion. And I guess my question is, do individuals want to deal with the underlying motion, or would you prefer to just quickly go around the table and have states identify whether or not they have a preferred option, so that everyone would know what they're voting on? What's a preference? So I'm giving you two options: deal with the underlying motion or go around the table. Richie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think where we have this motion on the floor, we have to deal with it. And so I'll make a motion to table until time certain, until we have the chance for the states to go around the table, and then to try to whittle down this list.
We have a motion to table by Pat Kelleher. It's non-debatable. Any objection to the motion to table? Yeah, so motion table passes then by consensus. Okay, so in terms of process, let's start. Chris, would you like to be the first state, since you didn't suggest any options, I believe? Would you like to comment on any aspect of what you would propose? Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. North Carolina is actually, we've already moved forward with the conservation, or not conservation, but the coastwide measure of 28 to less than 35 inches. We put that in place on January 1st.
Virginia?
Yes, we've already put our actions, we did our regulations back in August, so these have already been in play for our fall season. The commercial regulations went into effect January 1, so our conservation plan has already been implemented and is being used. The one I did see a mistake in one of the tables. It says for the recreational fishing regulations, it has we have a 20 to 28 inch slot limit from 5/16 to June 15th, and then it's 20 to 36 from 10/4 to 12/31. So we have two size slots in there.
All right, let's deal with PRFC. Marty?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So our commission met in December, and at that time, we passed a motion to advance 4 proposals for consideration to the technical committee, all of which were passed. But we haven't met since then. We've had fairly spirited debates within our 8-member commission. A couple of the commissioners still are strong advocates for the coastwide default. So we had hoped to emerge from this meeting knowing that one or all of our conservation equivalency measures that the TC passed would be passed for their consideration at the March meeting. So now I'm kind of pigeonholed into a situation where I'm asked to whittle this down. I think I can whittle a little bit, but to be fair to our commissioners, I think they would still want the coastwide default measure to still be an option for consideration at their March 6th meeting. And Our first two conservation equivalency measures, as I had noted before when I took the microphone, are very similar. They focus on a summer closure. One prohibits targeting and the other allows it. So that would be option 1 and 2 of our conservation equivalency measures. I strongly believe that their discussion will focus on those 3, but I have a hard time getting it down beyond. I can get it down from 5, I think, to 3, but I can't really take it any further. Otherwise, I'm doing a disservice to our process at PRFC. If that makes sense.
Thank you, Marty. Brian? DC?
We're going with the TC recommendation. We did have a meeting in DC, and the consensus was 1 at 18 for us.
All right, thank you. Maryland?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're broken into two groups. We've got our ocean fishery, which we are planning to, at the end of this meeting, we plan to implement through public notice authority the 28 to 35 inch minimum at 1 fish for the year for our ocean fishery. In the Chesapeake Bay, we have worked up 4 different options. As Max mentioned when he presented this earlier, options 2A, 2B, and 2C have a baseline where private anglers and charter boat, the for-hire fleet, would be at a 19-inch minimum size with a 2-fish bag limit. And as Max mentioned, that's consistent with what we have right now in place. The option Maryland 2D deviates from that standard of a 2-fish bag limit, and it applies a 1-fish bag limit to the private sector and a 2-fish bag limit for the for-hire fleet. There have been a number of comments around the table as part of the technical committee memo, as well as commissioners' comments and concerns regarding how Maryland is going to achieve their reduction through season closures, which include a no targeting provision. The no targeting provision is our attempt to address a major concern that we have in our state during the summer months with dead discards that occur as a result of the fishery operating in the months of July and August. So Nicole mentioned earlier that no targeting, while there's some uncertainty to it, that uncertainty is decreased as different assumptions are made. And so I didn't have a whole lot of time to think about how to propose this, but the Maryland 2D option with a 19-inch minimum size with a 1-fish bag limit for the private angler is very close. It's actually more conservative than the 1 at 18-inch option that was part of the Addendum 6 plan, because it's a higher size limit for the private angler, and the private angler makes up a majority of the angling effort when compared to the charter boat fleet in Maryland. So in order to, and that's the one that we've been focused on in our state, working with our stakeholders, working with our industry at trying to preserve what I've mentioned before as a need for having more than a 1-fish bag limit in the for-hire sector. We would be willing at this time to remove options 2A, 2B, and 2C from consideration, given that those options are much more reliant on the no targeting provision to account for the reductions in mortality, because the bag limits and the minimum sizes stay the same throughout the year as what we currently have. Option 2D, because we're dropping the bag limit on a vast majority of the effort to 1 fish, we've essentially accomplished our desired reduction just by doing that. It's the no targeting provisions that allow for some extra credit, if you want to call it that, to allow the charter boat fleet the extra fish. So I believe that our 2D option is much less reliant on the no targeting provisions of the closures to achieve our desired reductions, which is why those closures are actually a little smaller as well. So to help move this along, again, Maryland we would support the removal of 2A, 2B, and 2C, leaving in 2D as our conservation equivalency alternative, and we would take that to the public along with the 1 at 18-inch option that was part of Addendum 6. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Pennsylvania.
Yes, Pennsylvania is prepared to move forward with the proposed regulations as of April 1st, which is the 28 to less than 35 in the non-tidal portion of the Delaware, also with a non-circle hook recommendation when fishing with bait in that portion. In the Delaware, we're also prepared to have that regulation in effect during the time period of the year except during the spring spawning period, which we currently have a slot limit from 21 to 24 inches. We're proposing to reduce that upper end of the slot, which that fishery is primarily a male fishery, and our analysis of previous year's data since 2015 has showed it was reduced mortality on the large spawning females. And this would be, again, a circle hook requirement when fishing with bait in the estuary portion of Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Delaware, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought we were getting skipped there. We have two similar options that were both approved by the technical committee. The only real difference between the two is the first proposal. We have a 3-inch larger size limit for the recreational fishery than in the second option, and the second option provides reduces the commercial quota by 1.8%, while the first option reduces it by the full 18%. So we've covered both bases there. Our advisory council on tidal fin fisheries has recommended the option that has proportional reductions between the two fisheries, but we have to go to a public hearing process for our regulations. So we would ask for the board to, given the similarity of the two, we hope that both can be approved right now. And the analysis we did and the TC concurred shows they're both very similar in the reductions. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Joe, New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were 5 options approved by the TC, or at least it originally looked like 5, one of which is simply Addendum 6. So I'm not sure that needs to count as one of our options. The 35-inch minimum was kept alive in our conservation equivalency proposal because we heard from a lot of the public at our public hearings that that's what they wanted. Now, since that has been dropped out of Addendum 6, we're hearing quite a bit that's no longer the case, but we haven't had time. Our Marine Fisheries Council is scheduled to meet and make a decision on this February 13th with the assumption that the board was going to be making decisions today. So I can't speak to whether or not, there is still interest in that from the public. We have an option up there that I don't think anyone wants to see go away, and it speaks against a lot of the accusations that all these CE proposals are an attempt to do less, because one of the options up there is a 28 to 34-inch slot to address the fact that many folks did want to do more. Now, there are 2 other options, R1 and R2 there, that are very similar, and I could say that the wider slot, the less conservative of 24 to 29 can be taken off the table, but I really don't feel comfortable doing anything else without, going back out to the public.
Jim, New York.
Thanks, Chairman. And this, again, if you remember 4 years ago, I think we were all trying to get, if we could get a consistent measure along the coast would be the best thing for the fishery because it's easier and it's the biggest chunk of this. So New York is, in terms of all the options up there, what we're going to propose to do are first under the coastal fishery, take Addendum 6, measure the 28 to 35. For the Delaware, we would implement the same, the 28 to 35 based upon the addendum. The commercial fishery, if it's up there, we would essentially go with the one option, which would be a 26 to 38 slot, which actually increases or decreases the harvest by about 20,000 pounds. On the Hudson River, which is a male fishery, and as Dennis had noted before, we have very good data on it. These are just a male fishery that's essentially we're not targeting any of the large females, so we keep the 18 to 28 inch slot. We would eliminate the trophy fish and essentially keep the season as it is, but I'll get back to that in a second. Essentially those are the proposals that, and pretty much what New York is going to go with. There were a couple of options in case we weren't going to cut close to the 28 inch, I'm sorry, the 18% reduction. So first off, on the Hudson, we could actually reduce the season somewhat from 30 to 60 days if that was going to help out missing the target. Secondly, and this was from our, both from our staff and our council was fairly clear about this, that a delayed opening in Raritan Bay would actually help out. Not much of this is quantifiable, but there are a large number of spawning fish that come up. And if we essentially delay the opening of that fishery, it would let them pass through. But that would be conditioned on the fact that New Jersey would have to agree with that and not open their fishery until May 1st. And again, the previous things I said already hits that reduction, and most of them are in the 20+ percentage points for New York. But again, we have a couple of extra things that I think may help out. The last point too, and we haven't decided on this yet, was on our for-hire group had suggested a 31-inch minimum size. Since that's such a small group, we're looking at maybe a licensing for that, but we haven't decided if we're going to do that or not. But that was evaluated by the TC, and that still would meet the reduction. So that may help out with our sort of regional thing we were trying to do with Long Island Sound. But again, that's something we're not, well, we're looking at it right now, but we're not proposing it at this point. So that's what we got.
Justin, Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Connecticut's preference all along has been to implement the 28 to 35 inch slot. The only conservation equivalency options available to us were the regional proposals that were put together with New York and Rhode Island. Implementation of any of those was contingent on all three states implementing one of them. Given New York's stated intent to implement the 28 to 35 slot, that precludes us from implementing any conservation equivalency, so we would implement the 28 to 35 slot.
Thanks, Justin. Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll answer the question, but then I have, before I yield the mic, I have a quick question, if you'll give me the indulgence. So just like Dr. Davis just said, the regional B was our preferred, but that needs to be a region to work, so that's off the table. I'm assuming 28 to 35 is still, an option, that I'm not kind of putting Rhode Island into a definite proposal here. I mean, I think the coastwide option would be a viable option for us. So all of that being said, choosing one of our CE proposals, it would be that Rhode Island C, which was the split mode option. And then my question is, I'm not entirely clear why we're doing this. So if we could answer that question. I think maybe it's to do the calculation to see if we're meeting 18%, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, to answer your question, the only reason I agreed to do this because about 5 members of the board suggested that they wanted to have everyone have an opportunity to talk at the mic and identify whether or not they had preferences or could eliminate some of the options. Some of you have done that, others have not, so there is not a lot of clarity on where we go at this point. So Massachusetts.
Yes, Massachusetts intends to adopt the coastwide measure of 28 to 35, and on the commercial side, take a cut of the commercial quota, but at the same time increase the minimum size to 35 inches, resulting in a commercial quota of 735,240 pounds.
New Hampshire, jury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. New Hampshire has implemented the coastwide measure of 28-inch to less than 35-inch slot limit and instituted a mandatory non-offset circle hook. And we have had no commercial quota, so there's no change there. I just want clarification with Pennsylvania. Non-circle hook, or are you trying to say non-offset circle hook?
Non-offset circle hook.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maine?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The state of Maine has already gone through rulemaking. We've held 2 public hearings for the 28 to 35-inch measure within the addendum, and it should be finalized by our advisory committee in the middle of March.
Okay, so thank you all. So we've done this. We went around the table. My conclusion from that effort is we simplified what was on the table, but we have not clarified all the preferences. In other words, there are still options that are in play, so I think, and the technical people here can correct this if it's wrong, they're still not in a position where they can analyze this group, this mix of options, which I think is part of the intent, is to have some assurance that we're going to meet the target. And you can't do that if there are still a broad number of combinations of options. I think if somebody disagrees with that, they can speak up. But it helped, but it didn't get us quite as far as I think what the individuals that suggested it might have wanted. So if there's no disagreement with that view, what I would suggest we go back to the table motion, which was tabled until this time, so I think it's automatically off the table, Bob? Yeah. All right, so the table motion is back on the table. Comments on the table motion? On the motion, I should say. Joe?
It was alluded to earlier, but as a state, we wouldn't be able to act quickly enough after this review to have measures in place. And I think, quibbling over percentage points versus having the public have some understanding of what they're being asked before these seasons starts. I really do respect Dan's motion and trying to get the type of answer we're supposed to be making a decision on as a board. But I think now time is of the essence. And for one, as a state, we couldn't put this in, we wouldn't have the process in place to do this that late in the game. And second, I just think it's more important to make a decision now and let the public know what's being asked of them.
Adam, did you have your hand up? No? Okay. Sorry about that. Mike, and then Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did fail to mention, and if you just indulge me for 1 second, I just wanted to get it on the record that the state of Maryland we have taken a proactive approach well before now to put regulations in place through what we would propose in our conservation equivalency for our trophy fishery this spring. And I just wanted the board to be aware that following this meeting, we plan to implement new rules for our spring fishery, which would reduce harvest and reduce targeting of fish in April. We would eliminate the fishery in April. No trolling would be allowed in the bay. And we would also have a later start date for the trophy season, cutting it back from 3+ weeks to just 2 weeks. So that's the first thing I just wanted to put on the record. The second point is that I disagree that going around the table didn't provide some bit of clarity for me, at least on the coast. There were I should have kept better record, but most states here said that they were planning to implement the 28 to 35-inch limit on the coast. Almost everybody, with the exception perhaps of New Jersey and I know New York. Most people said they would do that. So I find it very hard to believe that if we allow for the conservation equivalency in maybe in one state, that the uncertainty that already surrounds the measures, even at a coastwide level. If everybody implemented the coastwide rule, there's still uncertainty as to whether or not we're going to achieve our desired reduction. And to me, knowing that all but maybe one state are planning to implement that measure, that coastwide measure, it provides a lot more certainty in my mind that we're working to try to achieve a coastwide measure. Now, there are reasons why certain states may not be able to implement that measure, but it's not that we're all over the board here. We're really all together in this with maybe one or two exceptions. So I do disagree that that exercise was not valuable. I think it was valuable, and I think knowing now what the states have committed to should provide some level of comfort, hopefully, that conservation equivalency can still be a tool that we use in going forward. I'll just say I cannot support the motion for the reasons I've mentioned earlier. And before we vote on this motion, if it appears that this may be supported, I would ask for an allowance to perhaps make a substitute motion to separate the coast from the Chesapeake Bay. But I'll hold off on that to hear what others have to say around the table. Thanks.
Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So building on what Mike just said, after hearing everybody go around the table, I'm a little bit more bullish on the potential success of this approach than I was prior to that, because there is so much consistency up and down the coast in terms of what people are planning on implementing. I'm wondering if states who are sitting around the table who are concerned about the timeline could comment on whether there's any possibility here to move that timeline up, given that a lot of states just said they're pretty certain about what they want to do, and it's only February 4th. We've got 12 weeks until April 1st. I wonder if moving this up by some number of weeks, providing a little bit more space for if we can't get to that 18% right away, of figuring out how to get there, and then still having enough time for folks to implement their measures by April 1. I'm wondering if there's any possibility there.
Dan.
Consistent with Mike Louise's comments, and this is a question, I guess, for Nicole or Katie, is it possible to tease out just the coastal fisheries in terms of meeting the target? And if so, would amendment of this motion make sense just to deal with the coastal recreational fisheries?
Whether or not you want to amend the motion is really up to the board, not up to me. I've got Brian next. Brian?
I was just going to ask, the maker of the motion intended that the fallback position to the mandatory implementation was only for the states that failed to achieve the 18%, or for all. And it may have been said earlier, but I've lost the thread since the motion was made.
What I recognize, Brian, is I can't listen to two people at the same time. So would you mind?
I was just asking Dan if he intended the motion to mean that if a state failed to meet the 18%, that state would fall back to the mandatory implementation as opposed to all states, since that was not clarified specifically, and I couldn't recall from the time that it had been made initially.
Yeah, my intent was that the 18% standard would be judged among all states combined, not each individual state. Otherwise, what you have is an 18% ceiling on conservation, and that's not going to get us to where we need to go.
Steve Perrine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not that I want to muddy the waters any longer, but it seems like most of the states are not quite at this problem. We just heard that. This going around was helpful. So my question is, especially after listening to Mike and Jim, it sounds like some of their projections are going to actually be more like a 20% cut. So maybe the technical committee could tell us if we change that from, on the conservation equivalency numbers, from 18 to 20, would there be a very low risk of going under 18 when that happened? I mean, maybe we just throw a different number in there and we can push this through no problem. It sounds like some of them already got those numbers.
Well, to be clear, several of them meet a 20% reduction because they need it for the state overall. So it's a 20% cut in your rec numbers so that the commercial side takes a lower cut on the quota side. So some of the states do, it's true that some of the states do meet a 20% overall or even slightly higher. But some of that, we would have to go back and look and see which proposal is tied to a commercial proposal that is, or a different regional proposal that is making up some of that difference.
Right, so let me just offer this. I've got 5 people on the list: Richie, Sheree, Jason, Eric, and one other. I'm going to go through that list, and then I'm going to ask whether or not anybody wants to make a motion to amend or substitute at that point. Richie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard that New Jersey was unable to meet this time schedule. So my question is there any other state that would not be able to meet this time schedule? And then I'd like to have a follow-up.
Any other state? John.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're already proceeding with an emergency regulation just because our process takes so long. And then we are going to, it's complicated, but we're going to, if both options were approved, we would go to our regulatory hearing with both options and get public input yet again on that. But yeah, we won't be able to change things as of March 6th. We've already had to move ahead just to get things in place because our commercial season opens next week. So, you know, time is of the essence here, and I think we're just really running around in circles here.
You said you had a follow-up?
Yes, if there's no other states, is Mike?
Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Richie, we'd be fine with our coastal regulations. It's our Chesapeake Bay regulations that would be cause of any delay at this point. We're on a very tight timeline to turn those rules around in time to have seasonal closures this summer. That's our intent. And so any delay is going to be a bump in the road for us to try to get those provisions in place in time.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on 3 states not being able to meet this deadline, and then thinking about if we went ahead and the states did not implement anything in time, the mortality that might inflict on the population, you know, while they're trying to get stuff in place. I'm going to withdraw my support for this motion so we can move on here.
Churi, and then Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I got David, too.
Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion for the same reason that Richie indicated, but I also just wanted to throw something out there. If this April 1st deadline is an issue based on our concerns as to whether these CE proposals are actually going to achieve a coast-wide 18% reduction, then I might move to have us reconsider that aspect of the motion to the addendum, to move that date to our next meeting, which is May 4th.
Let me suggest this, that there are 4 or 5 of you around the table that have different ideas on how to proceed here. So I'd like to declare a 5-minute recess. This will allow you to get together with anybody you want to talk to here, and then we're going to come back, and I'm going to return to the list and go down the people. The next individuals I have on the list are Jason and then David, Eric, Reed. 5-minute break. 1 minute. All right, if everybody have a seat, please, we're going to start again. So when we last broke, I said I was going to, let me just clarify this. This is not a motion. I did not agree that this was a motion because of the way it was framed. And so if Cherie wants to make that at a slightly later date, that's fine. That's her prerogative, but at this point, for the point of clarity, that is not a motion. So I've got two people I'm going to ask to finish commenting, and then my understanding is that if there is another motion, either a perfected motion or a substitute motion that I think Roy wants to make or suggest. So Jason, my understanding is you're deferring to Eric, and I've got David. Those are the two comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just have a question, because this motion says CE proposals approved today, and I just want to understand what that means. And we had the exercise, we went around the table, and certain states eliminated a few things, and Mr. Gary might have removed options 3 and 4 under his thing, but he didn't seem too comfortable about it, but he left 3. Mr. Luisi eliminated 3, and a few other people eliminated X, Y, and Z. So my question is, what are we actually approving? Are we going to go back through the oral record and take the black line and wipe out the ones that people were removing, and then approve what is left? Or are we just going to approve the whole suite of all these options and then, see what, when you play with, what is it, stud poker, you got 3 cards on the table and you get the 2 in the bank, and then I want to see all the cards before we approve anything. So that's my question. What are we actually looking to approve? An amended list or the entire list?
My suggestion is, unless there's disagreement from the board, that if a state said on the record, it will be part of the record, that they wanted to or were willing to remove specific items, that those items would not be part of the list. Any objection to that? No objection. Answer your question? David.
Thank you. Well, 2 things. The first comment was going to be that if they're trying to have a conservation equivalency, and we've talked about 18%, then that state that's presenting it will certainly do the numbers to say it's at least going to achieve 18% before, and if it's close, then it should be raised a little so that it's not close, so that when the TC gets it, it will come up to 18%. We didn't say 18%, but if it's a little bit under, it's okay. We didn't say that. I don't remember saying that or voting on that motion. So 18%. If there's vagaries on achieving it, build in a buffer, because we already aren't taking into account some of the things I already mentioned. The next is, did we agree on 18% coastwide, or each state achieves 18% somehow? I've heard both, and those are different. Thank you.
Yep, just So to remind the board, back in October, when this addendum was approved, there was a motion to allow states to submit conservation equivalency, and it was specified that those proposals, when submitting conservation equivalency, must meet an 18% reduction at the state level, recreational and commercial combined. While the addendum does aim to achieve F target in 2020, and projections indicate that it takes an 18% reduction in total removals to get there, the board was very clear that if a state came forward with CE, it only needed to propose an 18% reduction at the state level. I also wanted to just plug in that it's my understanding that as we did that exercise, states went around the room. I don't think any state came out and said this is the option we're going with. So as of right now, I think all the options in that table are still on the table. Nothing's really been crossed off that list yet.
Eric, would you like a follow?
Allow me to retort, as they say. So well, Max, I think the chairman gave me different advice. So maybe I have to default to the new chairman sitting over there from Maine, and he could help me out a little bit, but somebody's got to give me a definitive answer on what we're doing here.
Well, the commission chairman's always has the right to overrule any other commissioner in this process, as far as I'm concerned. But, I mean, for purposes of clarity, if a state, there was some states that said they would eliminate option A, B, C. That's pretty clear to me. If they said that and it was clear, those options are off the table. Now, Mr. Kelleher or our esteemed executive director would like to disagree with that interpretation there. I encourage him to do so.
Well, some states said that they would use alternative 1A. So by inference, they've eliminated everything else. Would you agree with that as well, that if it was not inferred as to stay in, it should come out?
Jim Gilmore.
And to put a point on that, I picked one and everyone else is eliminated for New York. So if that clarifies it, we are removing all the other options other than the ones I had reported out on.
All right, with those clarifications, Roy, do you have a alternative, or may I suggest a way out of this mess?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion to substitute, and I'll have to speak slowly as I did not get a chance to get this wording to staff. So the motion to substitute would say as follows: approve the Addendum 6 recreational measures for the coast and the Chesapeake Bay / producer area, parentheses, Hudson and Delaware estuaries, end paren, conservation equivalency measures as perfected today.
All right, so that is a motion substitute. Second? Seconded by Pat Kelleher. Discussion. Dan?
I think it needs to be clarified whether the conservation equivalency measures are bay only, or would they apply to the coast as well? May I?
Right.
My intent was that those conservation equivalency measures would refer to the producer areas, the bays and the estuaries.
Roy, is it also your intent, if this motion were to pass, that we would then take up a similar motion for a commercial?
Yes, that was my intent.
Okay. Max?
Yep, I just wanted to add that for some states, the recreational options are tied to the commercial options. So you can't really approve just the recreational unless you loop in the commercial options for some of these state proposals.
My suggestion on how Max raised a valid concern. My suggestion is we deal with this motion, deal with the remnant commercial motion, and then make an overarching motion that would approve the two of them as perfected by whatever actions were taken. Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I'm clear. If this motion were to pass, that would mean that all states would have to implement the 28 to 35 inch slot for their ocean fishery.
Roy, to that point?
That was my intent.
Russ.
I don't even know how to start on this one. Roy, you just took us right out of the game. I don't understand why you do that. It doesn't allow us to have any chance for conservation equivalency that this board is allowing other states to do. And that's not something I've ever seen one of these boards do.
Pat?
Yes, in Virginia, we have our conservation plan for the ocean is 28 to 36 inches with a shorter season. Then most of the states have a year-round season. Ours is only like 55. It's about 75 days. So we put those actions. All of the actions we put in together were a combination of looking at commercial and looking at our recreational reductions with 23%, and we took a commercial reduction of 9.7% to cover the rest of the 18 overall removals. So I'm probably not going to be able to support this. We've already put our actions into play. We've already put those regulations into effect. So, I don't want to argue over 1 inch, but we've already put them into play.
Anyone else? Justin? And then Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So sorry, just another clarification. The statement at the end there about measures as perfected today would mean that for the Chesapeake Bay and producer areas, states would be limited to those proposals that they stated on the record today that they're interested in pursuing and would not be able to implement the proposals they weeded out.
That was my intent.
Jim?
Well, following up on that, so a clarification point then. So I said what New York intends to do, but there were 3 sort of optional things. One of them was that we could actually increase, maybe the percentage by a seasonal closure on the Hudson. Secondly, a delayed opening on Raritan Bay, and then lastly, a licensing system for one of our smaller sectors, whatever. So would they all be off the table now, or is that something we could still propose?
Roy, to that point?
Would you repeat the question, please?
Jim?
Yeah, Roy. So before, when I had put out the measures for New York, I pretty much laid the 4 things out that we're definitely doing, but there were 3 optional things. The first was we were considering on the Hudson even reducing the season by 30 to 60 days, but we hadn't decided on that yet. The second point was that we were hoping to delay the opening in the fishery in Raritan Bay until May 1st to protect the spawners if Jersey would agree to do that. And then lastly, we were proposing a licensing for our Montauk guys, a small for hire guys, that they would have a 31-inch size under a licensing system. So if this, and I essentially had stated those before, but if this motion passes, are they now off the table that we couldn't do any of that?
I'll give you my opinion, Jim. My opinion would be that they are not off the table, that they would be considered above and beyond the requirements, and therefore up to the state to institute if they saw so fit.
Excuse me, Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really torn by this motion because it includes two different ways of handling the problem. And while I don't fully support the second half of the motion. I mean, I certainly need this commission and this board to support the use of conservation equivalency in Chesapeake Bay. It's very difficult to turn right around and in the same breath take that ability away from another state who has a desire to use that on the coast. While I understand that there's a desire to have consistency throughout the entire coast on the recreational side, I'm struggling with how, out of one side of my mouth, I'm asking for conservation equivalency, and the other side, I'm telling a state that they don't deserve it, or they should just fall in line, because and I'm just challenged by that. So I'm not sure what to do here, and I'd look to you, Mr. Chairman, for some advice as to perhaps, if we're getting to the point where we're going in two different directions, maybe we split the question. We take up the coastal issue without having the Chesapeake Bay and producer area conservation equivalency proposals linked into that or lumped into that. But I'm going to wait and maybe hear a few other comments before I may consider a motion to split the question. Thanks.
Maker of the motion is always free to separate those things out as a perfected motion if the seconder and the board agrees with that perfection. Roy?
Mr. Chair, having heard New Jersey's comments and having sympathy for those comments as stated, I'm wondering if I proposed to tweak this wording a little bit, if this would be acceptable to the seconder of the motion. And I would add the following verbiage, is what I was thinking about, after the word recreational measures. And the technical committee approved conservation equivalency measures. I would add that to the motion. Technical committee conservation equivalency measures.
All right, I would like a minute to talk to staff, please.
Jersey, once you throw them in, why not just do that? Well, they got it, right? Yeah.
That would take.
All right, so I've been getting some advice from the staff. I'd like Max to provide everyone with the same input.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just trying to think this through. I'm looking at the motion, and so it's my understanding that there are a couple states that this becomes really challenging, the way their proposals, the way their implementation plan was submitted to us. Not to throw states under the bus, but Delaware and Virginia stand out to me. Virginia didn't even have the coast-wide measure for the ocean in their implementation plan. So if they were required to put that in for the coast, then all the quotas attached to their implementation plan are invalid. They have to redo those calculations. I don't even think there's a commercial option in their plan that works. Delaware, same thing. Their rec options are tied to the commercial options. I don't know what happens there if you approve just the rec measures and don't include the commercial options for them as well. New Jersey's got this bonus program. How those measures shake out with this motion, it's really unclear to me. So I understand where we're trying to go with this, but it's a little more complicated than what it looks like.
So So Roy, you were suggesting a perfection. Do you still want to proceed with a perfection of the motion? Roy?
I think I may be able to accommodate Max's reservations with another add-on at the end of this sentence after today. And if we added, and the commercial measures for coastal and inland areas as perfected today.
Pat Kelleher. I think he is saying that doesn't solve the problem. Pat Kelleher.
Mr. Chairman, as a seconder, I would not agree, in all due respect to Roy, I would not agree to those additions.
Okay. Okay, so we, Pat.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Go back to
if I may ask a question of New Jersey through the chair. There are a couple of your conservation equivalencies that have been raised within my constituent base back home and that I'm trying to deal with that become very problematic from a, as they have called it, a fairness issue up and down the coast. Would New Jersey be willing to remove New Jersey's R1 and R2 from consideration as part of this motion?
So having some conversation over here, I think I could take it a step further and say that given the conversation we've had about what all the states need in terms of options, from what I've heard so far on the coastal fishery, Virginia needs some flexibility from the 27 to less than 35 option. They have or from the 28 to less than 35 option. They have a 28 to less than 36 with some seasons attached. They need that flexibility. I think if New Jersey could leave here today with the 27 to less than 35 option and the one fish at 33-inch option that is on the slides that Max presented that follows the same methodology as the one at 35 and results in a 20% reduction for the state, which is greater than what we agreed to at the annual meeting. I think New Jersey could work with that position for getting us out of here in the coastal waters fishery today. I think those would be the exceptions from what I've heard so far. If we could go home with those two options and give Virginia that option, I think we've got something we can potentially move forward with.
Joe? Joe.
Just a follow-up and reminder that the 33 and greater proposal is also suggesting, or that proposal goes in conjunction with an 18% cut in the commercial quota. So that option does not have any interplay.
Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The conservation equivalency measures as perfected today. We went around the table and the various states came up with some perfections. But is that on paper now? I really would like to see a list of all of that. I really can't remember what you did and what we have. You know, this is buying a pig in a poke. And I don't want to buy a pig in a poke. But I do understand where you're trying to go. But I think we ought to have a clear understanding of what is before us.
I agree with Dennis's sentiment, have some of the same concerns. It might be simpler in terms of handling this motion to make a motion to postpone it just temporarily, allow New Jersey and Virginia to put, or somebody else around the table, to put together another motion that deals with those two issues. Then this motion would come back on the table and we deal with this motion. That make sense? Anyone object to doing that? Dan?
Yeah, I'd like to argue some of New York's proposals to have a differential for higher the slot limit and splitting out a mode with a special permit for select for higher vessels. I think those are problematic.
So you're suggesting that that be part of the discussion with New Jersey and Virginia, okay? So, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we're going to pause for a moment and try to move in a different direction, I would ask that I think it's going to be simpler in the long run if we separate the coastal fishery from the Chesapeake Bay fishery, and we take that up in two different actions.
Yeah.
It's clear that combining the two, so Chesapeake Bay would then fall in line with however the coastal fishery wants to operate. And I would prefer, if the motion isn't made to separate the two, I would make the motion, but I would like to offer that as a consideration for folks as they're thinking about how they want to move forward.
Sake of clarity, would you like to make that motion?
Move to split the question.
And and then state what your intent is, so it's clearly part of the record.
The intent would be that we would take up the action to approve the Addendum 6 coastal recreational measures as one action that could be could be amended, and then we would take up an action to approve the Chesapeake Bay and producer areas, including the Hudson and Delaware Bay conservation equivalency proposals as perfected today through that exercise that we went through.
Can I suggest this, having had a lot of experience with quagmires like this at the council level, that it might be just simpler if it's acceptable to the board to ask maker of the motion to substitute and the seconder simply withdraw their motion and then start over again and build a new motion that separates the two of them. Pat Kelleher.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not necessarily opposed to what you just brought up. However, I think the motion that's on the table could be perfected with the information that both Adam brought up in references to both Virginia and to the issues that Dan brought up around New York. I think another 5-minute recess that takes 10 or 12 minutes might be in order.
All right, so we have a motion to split the question into two parts. And what we're splitting is a motion to substitute. Okay, so is everybody clear on that? Is there a second to this motion? Mike Luisi made the motion. Is it second? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Seconded it. The second was by motion.
Pat seconded
Okay.
the motion, Pat Gear. And I just wanted to also point out that in the motion that I made to split the question, I refer to Chesapeake Bay measures, but also the other, in Roy's language, the producer areas as well. The Hudson, the Delaware, as he captured that in his motion. The intent was to take the two questions. Let's have the debate over coast, and then let's have the discussion over Chesapeake Bay and other producer areas. Thanks.
All right, so you have a motion to split. Is there any discussion on the motion to split? Dennis?
Yeah, I hate to bog things down, however, Roy made what he considered a friendly addition to the main motion that's not up there now. And I did hear the seconder say he couldn't agree to it. The seconder not agreeing to it means that it can't be into that main motion. Am I not correct in that assumption? Huh? It was taken out? Then I'm not listening carefully enough.
Right, Roy, to that point?
To that point, I believe, I don't want to speak for Pat Kelleher, but I believe what he was objecting to was the add-on I made at the end to incorporate commercial measures. By withdrawing his second, that also eliminated the wording I made to the recreational measures. And that wording was, and the TC-approved conservation equivalency measures for the coast.
All right, so we have a motion to split the question. Anyone want to speak to this point? If not, I'm going to ask whether or not there are any objections. Anyone want to speak? Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question about process here. So I think we're 3 motions deep at this point. There's a main motion, which was the one which was Sherry's motion that was on the board before our earlier recess. Then we had a motion to substitute from Roy. Now we have essentially a motion to modify that motion to substitute.
Motion to split.
Motion to split. If we move to split and essentially one of the splits passes but the other doesn't, the one that passes becomes part of the substitute motion but the other one, I'm just not clear on how that would work.
We're going to cross that bridge when we get to it. And let's hope we don't fall off the bridge. All right, so do I have any objections to the motion to split the question? If there aren't, then it's adopted by consensus. Okay? So now you have the opportunity to perfect what your intent is. For instance, on the coast, we have had a number of suggestions to kind of tailor-make the motion, the part of the motion that deals with the coast. Someone care to make a motion on that? Richie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't. What I would suggest, though, to get to a final point where we can have a motion like that, I suggest 5-minute recess, everybody stay in place, have staff go around to each state, and let's get down on paper, like Dennis suggested, the changes. So then we can put it up on the board as to what everybody has agreed to.
We can do that if that's the will of the board, but I think we're going to plow the same part of the field we went through about an hour ago if we do that. My suggestion is take a 5-minute break. One group craft the motion relative to the coast and include the comments that have been made here as far as dealing with New York, Virginia, New Jersey, and then another group craft the motion to deal with the other half. Any objection to doing that? 5 minutes. I don't know. We'll see how the next couple of minutes go. All right, if everybody could take a seat, please. All right, I've had a couple of suggestions in terms of process. Obviously, we've got a whole series of motions to amend, split motions, and so forth. We can continue down this road and essentially try to craft individual motions and then go back and perfect them. That is a bit of a challenging task from the discussion that I listened to. There were a number of individuals that kind of want to tailor-make those motions, and I think that might be a fairly complicated process. The other way forward here would basically be to make a motion to table, if we can do this, Bob, all of these motions, and then start over with one end of the geographic range or another, take every state up individually and vote the proposals up or down. Now, I guess my question is, somebody have another way forward, option without getting into all the details, and if they don't, then which of those two would individuals prefer to follow? Any comments? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point, as long as this is taken, and I'm not sure it's going to get any quicker trying what we're trying, I like the state by state, but my suggestion would be if the state's plan doesn't pass, to move on and get down to which ones haven't passed at the end and go back to them.
Okay, other comments on that concept? Bob, do we have the right to make a motion to table not only this, but the underlying motion all at once? Or do we have to do it separately?
I think you can do them all at once. If there needs to be a clear understanding by all the board members that, the motion to, I'd say, postpone indefinitely. Motion to
Okay.
postpone indefinitely all previous motions. And the intent there is to essentially clear the slate so that the board can start over and start working your way up or down the coast, whichever way you choose. And I think you can do that just through a voice vote. If there's no objection, then you can carry on by the state-by-state approach.
All right, so does anyone object to postponing these motions indefinitely? And then if with this understanding, if that motion passes, then we're going to start with Maine, and we're going to sequentially move every state down the coast, take the proposal and vote it up or down, hopefully do it by consensus. Any objection? So Dennis, would you like to make a motion to postpone?
Just clarification. Yeah, I'll make a motion to postpone indefinitely the previous motions that were on the board. And just beyond that, I'd like to ask that each of the states, there will be no discussion. There will be simply an up and down vote with whatever the states say. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think you're going to end up with some discussion on the actions, but as everyone around the table knows, we've had a lengthy discussion of most of the pros and cons of these, and I would hope that it wouldn't be repetitive.
And a further comment, just to lighten the air a little bit, is next time you chair a meeting, I'd like to ask Bob to invite Colette to sit beside you.
Thank you, Dennis. I'll remember to bring my bow and arrow to the next meeting. Okay, so Dennis has made a motion to postpone indefinitely all previous motions. Is there a second to that? Second by David. Any discussion on it? Any objections to this motion? Any objections? One objection. So the motion carries. All right, so let's move to Maine. Comments on the proposal by the state of Maine. Any further comments? You've already had an opportunity to, yep, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the agency perspective, if we go state by state, my understanding is that each of those conservation equivalency proposals and management measures would reach an 18% reduction. The issue would be when they're combined along the state, which says, from the agency perspective, I wouldn't be able to agree to that. So I'd be abstaining from each of the state-by-state discussions.
Okay, any other comments on that? We're going to start with the state of Maine. Comments on the state of Maine proposal. Any comments? Any objections to the proposal submitted by the state of Maine? No objections, it's approved by unanimous agreement. New Hampshire, any comments on the state of New Hampshire proposal? Any hands up? No hands up. Any objection to approving it as submitted? It stands approved. Next proposal is Massachusetts. Any comments on the Massachusetts proposal? Adam.
Just so the record's clear, this pertains only to recreational, or are you taking recreational and commercial at once as we go through these?
To expedite the discussions, my intent to take both at the same time. Any comments on the Massachusetts proposal? Any objections to approving the Mass proposal as submitted? Eric Reed.
So it's my understanding that the commercial proposal for Massachusetts is MA2C2A? No, I'm sorry, yeah. That's correct? Okay, thank you.
Any objections to approving the Mass proposal? If I only end up with like 2 hands that are going to go up, I'm basically going to say it's approved by consensus, and I'm going to note the people that have objected to it. Okay? And if somebody doesn't like that process, they're always free to make a motion. Everybody clear on this? Okay. So the Massachusetts proposal has been approved by consent. Connecticut proposal. Oh, excuse me, we're skipping over Rhode Island. Smallest state, but Rhode Island proposal. Any comments on the Rhode Island proposal? Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just return to earlier comments I made about, my thought that coast-wide consistency is really important. And in our region, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New York, I think it's particularly important to have regional consistency. Fishermen who leave from Connecticut often fish in all 3 states' waters in one trip. Having differing regulations for striped bass among the 3 states could create enforcement challenges. It tends to confuse anglers, creates perceptions of unfairness. So just, I would be opposed to implementation of Rhode Island's conservation equivalency proposals other than 28 to 35 inches, because as I've mentioned earlier, that's what Connecticut is going to implement, and implementation of something other than that would create regional inconsistency, which would be problematic.
Any other comments? Dan.
I agree with Justin Davis. For enforcement and compliance challenges, we'd prefer there not be a conservation equivalency on that matter.
Any other comments or objections? Richie.
Agree with the previous 2 speakers.
All right, so we got 3 individuals that are disagreeing with this. Someone care to make a motion? Anyone care to make a motion on this? To accept the proposal or reject it? Jason.
So this feels awkward. Can I make a motion to approve the Rhode Island conservation equivalencies? Okay. I will make a motion to approve the Rhode Island conservation equivalency proposals.
I have a second. Seconded by Adam. Any discussion on the motion? Jason, excuse me.
Yep. So I appreciate the comments from both Connecticut and Massachusetts. Don't disagree with the issues with not having consistency. However, we have heard some nuances coming out of New York, so I have some, concern that there's going to be some inconsistency, and this gives us some additional flexibility to be able to adjust if need be, depending on what our neighbors end up doing.
Other comments? Any other comments? You ready for the question? All in favor signify by saying aye. Do you need a caucus? Anyone need a caucus? Excuse me. What? Okay, so no caucus requested. Could I see a show of hands, please? All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Keep your hands up, please. Get them all.
Hands up.
Hands up, please. I've got 9. 9. Opposed? Four opposed. Any abstentions or no votes? Abstentions? 2 abstentions. No votes. Motion carries. Okay, so next proposal is Connecticut. Comments on the Connecticut proposal? Any comments? Any objections to approving the Connecticut proposal by consent? No objections. The Connecticut proposal is approved by consent. New York, comments? Justin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, just a question for clarification. The proposal we're approving today is the one that Jim Gilmore outlined earlier, right? Excluding all the other proposals that were in the document.
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments? Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think for purposes of clarity, I think it would be helpful for New York if you could identify one of the 50 options that you put forward by number, so that it's clear that what we're approving is not the full range, but the ones, Jim, that you had spoken to earlier.
Okay, let me do it by just option number. So NY-1. Well, actually, NY8, we're leaving that in there because that one, again, we hadn't decided on it, but that was the 31 minimum. So NY1, NY8. Delaware was NYD-1. It's 18 to 30. No, 18 to 28. NYH-1 for the Hudson. Got the longer season. But again, we might shorten the season on that. And commercial was NY-D2.
Jim, I think you might be looking at an old version of those tables. There's an updated table in the TC memo. That's kind of the the up-to-date version.
Max, do you know the correct? All right, let me look at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pay attention up on the screen.
Okay, so let's try it again. NYH-1. Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
I think.
Go back to the beginning, Max. Can you go back to the first?
NYH-1, yes.
All right, so let's
there's only one option for the Delaware River in this proposal. I'm assuming
Correct.
you're going with that one. And then
Right.
you have option NY1 on this table, 28 to 35, and you're
then
also holding on to NY10.
Right.
Right. Which is a separate minimum size, 31 inches for the for-hire
So
sector.
the for hire, that would be under a licensed system.
Got it.
And did you get commercial? Yeah, it was a commercial sheet. Wait a minute. No, NY-D2. The 26 to less than 38. Which would give us it would be a 640,000 pound harvest, down from 795.
Jim, we need to make sure this is done right, and I'm not questioning your memory, but Max is going to put up the modified version, so you'll have the actual numbers. Dan, while we're doing
Yeah,
that.
while we're waiting, if I could take the time to speak in opposition of a special licensing program for a segment of the for-hire fleet with a 31-inch minimum size. We did this, or something similar to this, with our black sea bass fishery about 10 or 12 years ago. The conservation of sea bass became too much for our for-hire fleet to bear. They begged for us to do a special permitting program. After 2 years, we abandoned it because the data collection system is completely incompatible with MRIP. And what happens is you may have a a tally that comes off these logbooks or this report, special reporting from a permit, but what happens when it doesn't line up with MRIP? And frankly, you could find the MRIP, or the data coming off the boat may exceed your MRIP estimates for the entire sector, and you won't know what to do with it because of all the noise in MRIP. So I just think it's a bad idea to be splitting these modes. It's a terrible idea to be licensing a special subset of them. We've been there, we've done that, we won't go back there, and I urge the commission not to approve it. And I also think that the policy board or the executive committee ought to be dealing with this on a larger level.
Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll join Dan in opposing proposal NY10, and my concerns are both general. I don't like any proposal here that is giving a state access to a portion of the stock that the majority of other states won't have access to. The management philosophy behind that 28 to 35 inch slot is to leave the large fish alone, leave them in the water. So essentially providing access to those larger fish for any one state I don't think is fair. I also share Dan's concerns about accountability and the data collection aspect of it. And I talked earlier about regional consistency. If New York boats have that special license, we're going to have New York for-hire boats fishing right next to Connecticut boats, able to keep a whole different size class of fish that the Connecticut boats can't keep, and Rhode Island would probably be in the same boat. So I just don't feel like that's an equitable solution to what we're trying to do, and I can't support that proposal.
Jim, do you want to go through have we got the numbers up? No.
So I'm sure it's hard to read up there, and I've tried to take my version of the complete table and cross off the options that some states have said that they're not pursuing anymore. Up until we get to New York Ocean, option N-1, and then in the other column there, I have the one at 31 inches for the for-hire sector because I couldn't quickly delete just a couple rows because of how the cells are merged together. That's, Excel, Word, whoever you want to curse at. But this is the best we have right now as a complete, condensed, modified version of the table.
All right, Jim, is that consistent with what you want?
Yes, just double check Delaware and.
So I would say that there's two Hudson River options that you're no longer considering that are still on this table that are hard to delete quickly.
Yep. And hang on, 28 Delaware River. All right, this is.
All right, comments on this? Yes.
So I would just follow up on what Justin said, and dealing specifically with NY10, the option that pertains to the 31-inch minimum length for the for-hire fleet. I think I've overheard discussion that that's largely there as a placeholder. It is clearly a problem for Connecticut. It divides Long Island Sound between what the for-hire vessels could do out of New York and what they could do out of Connecticut. And given that I think I heard that it was largely there as a placeholder, I would ask if there was any way in which New York would consider removing that from the list of options that they're putting forward.
Jim?
Well, this really boils down to Montauk. That's where the request came from. And I don't think I can legally sit here and say I'm going to restrict it to Montauk. It has to be for the for-hire. So if this is going to be a problem in getting the rest of them approved, why don't we vote it up or down? Again, the idea was to have the Montauk fishermen, because of a unique part of it, and they were like 7% of the harvest, a small group that we were going to try to do by lights. And I understand Dan's concerns, but again, we were going to give it a shot, and we still haven't decided because we haven't sat with the fishermen yet. So I'd leave it in. If it turns out that it does get voted down, then we'll consider removing it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you ready for a motion?
Certainly.
Okay. Perhaps staff could help me word this, but essentially I would like the motion to read approve New York's proposals with the exception of NY10.
Motion been made by Justin, seconded by Sarah. Discussion on the motion. Shuri.
Yes, I just have need for clarity, Jim. NYD, you were saying -2 at 26 to 38 inches. Are you now saying it's just going to be NYD-1 at 28 to 35?
It was, and I'm just trying to make sure I got the numbers straight. So essentially what we wanted was the commercial was going to be 26 to 38. So, and I believe currently on the plan, that's NY-D2.
Any other comments on, Dan?
Yeah, just for the record, and I don't want to beat up this MRIP issue, but when the MRIP samplers go to those Montauk boats that have a 31-inch size limit, they're going to be measuring a whole bunch of fish that are non-compliant with the rest of New York's rules, and you're not going to be able to tease that out. You know, an MRIP sampler can't be told, oh, look, I have a special permit, so what? They're not going to change their sampling strategy, so it's really a nightmare. So I do endorse the motion.
Justin.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that my motion was not to approve all of New York's conservation equivalency measures with the exception of NY10. It was to approve the specific measures that New York had put forward just now. I can't list off all the numbers, but.
Jim.
Just a comment. So, and New York finds itself sort of wedged in between New England and New Jersey, and this comes up quite a lot. So we're trying to get consistency. Everybody goes for 28 to 35. We have that. So remember, Rhode Island's trying to tweak a little bit about going to a higher number. I think Jersey's going to try to do that. It's not going to lose. I'm not going to lose a lot of sleep if I don't get this. But remember, if we're going to get consistency, then we have to have consistent comments about it. So we've got states on either side of New York right now that are going for a higher number, and if we really want to stay with the 28 to 35 to make it coastally consistent, then we got to really be consistent with how we're commenting. So,
Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this brief. So fundamentally, and I'll agree with folks from across the table. I just have a fundamental problem with the fact that if most of the states implement a slot limit only to have a minimum size limit for another group, they're going to be fishing on the fish that we've saved as under the slot. So while I could see there being a 31-inch minimum with some maximum, if the slot limits are slightly different, it's not as problematic to me as just having a minimum size and allowing those largest fish that we're trying to protect be harvested. So I'll support the motion on the floor. Thanks.
Any other comments on the motion? Ready for the question? Oh, excuse me. Caucus. 1 minute caucus. All right, you ready for the question? All those in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand. Hold it up, please. All opposed? 2 opposed? Any abstentions? 2 abstentions? Null votes? No null votes. Motion carries. Next state is New Jersey. Any comments on the proposal by New Jersey? Yep, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So New Jersey's proposal, the 28 to 35 inches, of course, is good. It's 40% reduction, and that was the coastal recommendation. But the one fish over 33 inches, that adds up to a 20% reduction, and that certainly won't help us get to that 18% total that we're striving for. Not only that, but it negates the benefit of a slot limit. We're allowing those fish to swim across New York Harbor, those 35-plus inch fish, and get harvested in New Jersey. And the entire purpose of that slot limit, as I understand it, is to protect those older, larger fish. the only way that slot works is to have some coastal consistency, and 1/33 does not work in that respect.
Other comments, Adam, and then Joe?
So I'll let Joe offer the specific range of options. I think he's willing to whittle the list down here. This board approved options for Rhode Island just a couple minutes ago that include 35-inch, 36-inch, 37, 38, 39-inch fish. All those fish are over the 35 inches that Mr. McMurray just referred to. I believe it's the intention of this board to approve Virginia's proposal that includes fish over 35 inches. When we had discussion a short period of time ago about how we would try to proceed, New Jersey offered concession to whittle the list down significantly, offered what we thought we needed to move forward, got a lot of nods of heads around the table, and we would appreciate the board's working with us here at this point. And I'll turn the mic over to Joe for the specific options we'd like considered here.
Joe and then Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think John spoke to what we had been talking about in sidebar, but just to make it clear and on the record, New Jersey is no longer proposing R1 and R2, those the two smaller slot limits, as a main option. So we're really talking about the Addendum 6 option and having a 33-inch minimum as the only options put forward for New Jersey's recreational fishery, leaving all our commercial options that would then be kicked over to a bonus program on the table as well. And you know, I share the many concerns I've heard with you know, saving large fish, but I also don't see how that falls to New Jersey to be the state that carries the coast for a single coastwide measure. I think, you know, Adam spoke to the 33 inches. Other states are going to be allowed to harvest to 40 inches. We do have incredible staff in New Jersey that actually looked at the 16-17 harvest, and about 80% of that harvest is in 33 to 40 inch fish in those years. I think it's still a reasonable option. Thank you.
Other comments? Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start off by saying I'm absolutely sensitive to New Jersey's predicament here, that they're facing a substantial reduction under the coastwide measure, and can understand why they're looking to pursue conservation equivalency and find a way to do conservation that doesn't put such a huge burden on their fishery. However, to stay consistent with the comments I've made earlier, I'm philosophically opposed to any measure that is giving one state access to a size class of fish, a portion of the stock that the majority of the other states are not getting access to. As was just noted, we did vote 5 minutes ago to give Rhode Island access to larger fish. I voted against that. I think it was a mistake. So just to stay consistent here, I can't support a 33-inch minimum length limit for New Jersey and give New Jersey anglers access to a portion of the stock that the rest of the coast is looking to conserve.
All right, we've got a couple of different opinions here. I'd like a motion, Adam.
Move to approve options R3, R6, and the suite of commercial options.
Do I have a second? Seconded by John Clark. Discussion. Any discussion? Excuse me? What do you mean go back, Dennis? They're part of the document, correct? You're going to have to open your computer. Discussion on it. Steve Train.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My discussion kind of ties back to one of our earlier votes with Rhode Island, and if I heard and saw the options, but if I remember right, Jason said that he liked the options on there, but he intended to bring in compliance with the neighboring states if possible, too. And I haven't heard that from New Jersey in these options.
Other comments? Mike?
Thank you,
And
Mr.
John?
Chairman. Consistent with my previous comments, I can't support the motion. I was weighing a little bit more of the Rhode Island alternatives. However, there is a bracket there. There is some upward bound that will keep those largest fish that we're protecting free from being harvested. So with just a simple minimum size, I can't support this, although I highly support the flexibility that added in with conservation equivalency. Can't support the proposal as the motion stands. Thank you.
John McMurray and then Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Believe it or not, I was going to say something very similar to what Mike said. Rhode Island caps harvest at 40 inches. The New Jersey proposal does not, and I hope that Rhode Island understands the need for coastal consistency when push comes to shove.
Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have the recreational measures up here on the screen, but New Jersey is also proposing 7 different commercial measures, which turn those fish into recreational fish. I think we should put those up on the screen as well so that people understand what it is that New Jersey's asking for here.
Other comments on the motion? Any other comments? Ready for the question? Caucus? Anyone want a caucus? No? All right, so take 1 minute. All right, you ready for the question? All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Please leave your hand up.
Hands up.
Hands up, please.
They're not ready.
Yeah. All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand, please. 3. 3 in favor, opposed? 1, 2, 6 opposed. 6 opposed? 8 opposed, excuse me. No abstentions? 2 abstentions. Any null vote? 3 abstentions, John? Null vote? Yeah. Any null votes? Okay, we got 2. Motion fails. Okay, so an unusual event. Someone care to make another motion? David? David, or does somebody want to speak to the point? David?
I'm sorry, I was out of order.
Oh, okay. Dan?
Can we continue down the coast and then come back?
We can certainly do that if that's what the preference of the board is. Let me ask one last time. Anybody want to make another motion here? If not, we'll come back. Joe?
Yeah, I mean, I would. Specifically, this leaves us with no option to deal with the commercial quota that's allocated to us. So I would like to, I wish there was some discussion on the opposition of the current, or the CE proposal for the commercial options to help guide a motion.
Does anybody want to make a motion at this point? If they don't want to make a motion, I'm going to move along. Pat?
For New Jersey, I would move to approve option R3 and the suite of commercial options.
There, second? Seconded by Dennis Abbott. Discussion on the motion. Russ?
That literally is basically the same thing that Roy proposed hour or whenever it was before. I don't know why you're not giving us a chance to have some of these options get through, but, you know, we're basically sitting here as a state being forced regulation down our throat without any say in the matter. Thank you.
Emerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions for New Jersey, if that's possible.
Go ahead.
So on the commercial proposals, I'm looking, for instance, at, pick one, C5, right, that you may implement a 24 to 28 inch slot or one fish greater than 43 inches, right? And similarly, with C6, one fish at 24 to 29 or one.
Joe is waving at you, Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just that those options are similar, and this is a matter of the table, I guess, versus the actual proposal. So what we're suggesting here is to split the commercial quota to, say, 24 to 28, which is what our current bonus program is, and allow some portion of that fishery to still exist as it does. On the flip side, we're also proposing to take some small percentage of the commercial quota and say, put that towards 500 or 1,000 tags that could be used on a fish greater than 43 inches. It would be first come, first served basis. There's reporting requirements. We don't believe that we can get to sampling requirements, but our intent would be to sample this fishery as heavily as possible. But no more than 500 or 1,000 tags that would be allowed for individuals.
Emerson?
So that would be 500 tags, for instance, in addition to the smaller slot, in addition to the 24 to 29 slot, for instance.
Justin? And then Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to clarify, because this is commercial quota, essentially, any of the, you know, in the column in the table here where it says quota in pounds, any of the projected amount of harvest that would occur in these bonus programs reflects an 18% reduction from the previous quota that was used for the bonus program.
Joe?
So the 24 to 28 inch fish required, I guess you'd say, a penalty from the gosh, how far back are we going? Addendum 4 or yeah, from, is that right, Max? Addendum 4's quota. So the 215,000 pound quota that we're discussing has that yield per recruit analysis penalty from the original quota allocations. We're not proposing any additional cuts to this commercial quota because our recreational fishery is now tied to a 43% cut, and our commercial quota is so small that roughly 18.7, 19% at a recreational reduction would have covered the commercial cut as well. So that's where we are at right now.
We have the motion up on the board, please. Yeah. All right, comments on the motion? Dennis?
No matter where I am on this. Thank you. As much as I don't want to agree with Adam, I do agree with Adam in the fact that what we do for one, we kind of have to do for another. And if that involves going back to Rhode Island's, the vote we took on Rhode Island, I would consider making a motion to reconsider, but I won't at this point. the previous vote that we took was 3-8, and it really indicates that the board is quite satisfied or is wanting a consistent size limit, and that being 28 to 35. And Dr. Davis brought that up some time ago, and I think in my morning comments where I says we're all fishing in the same pond and we'd all like to have the same opportunities and don't want to give those opportunities away. So at this point, I would support the motion by Mr. Kelleher.
Okay, thanks, Dennis. Any other comments here? Yeah, Richie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm that this commercial is a quota and it's a cap, so once you reach that poundage, the fishery is shut down. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Actually, using average weights, we don't allocate more tags than would allow us to go over the quota. So the number of tags that goes out is already set at that quota level.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Follow up.
Go ahead, Rich.
Thank you. Not being happy with the size, catching these small fish, I support this because it isn't open-ended and it is tied to the commercial quota. So I'll support this.
All right, any other discussion? You ready for vote on this? If you are, caucus, 1 minute caucus. Yep. Eric.
I just have one question. If you look at the options C4 through C7, it's 215,000 pounds more or less, but it's one fish per permit. So you get one permit, you get one fish. And there's going to be 500 permits or 1,000 permits. Is that correct? It's one and done?
Joe?
Well, it's the idea behind it is it would be first come first serve for the greater than 43-inch fish. So, yeah, I guess there's a potential for another person to report that one tag used and ask for a second tag before 500 tags go out the door.
Max?
Just wanted to add on, it's my understanding that it's a permit system for all the fish caught under this quota, so you would need a permit for the 24 to 28-inch fish as well, but there's a finite number on the trophy, which equates to a finite number on the other permits that are available. It is a tag-based permitting system for all fish harvested under this program.
So a permit is not necessarily a tag. There's more than one tag associated with a permit. If there's one fish per tag, then the average weight of a fish at 1,000 tags is 215 pounds. So New Jersey's actually overstating. That's what I'm trying to figure out in my head.
No, there's two separate permits. You acquire a permit, and you'd have to identify 43-inch or greater permit or a 24 to 28-inch permit, and as soon as you use that, you then apply for another. So it's one fish per permit, separate permits for each catch category. And there's a finite number on the trophy, 500 or 1,000, depending on the option chosen here. Is that right, Joe? Thank you.
Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So then, how are those smaller fish then restricted, right? 24 to 28 inches. I understand that they have to get a permit, but it seems to me like that's an open-ended harvest.
Someone from New Jersey want to respond to that, Adam?
New Jersey takes the average weight of the 24 to 28-inch fish and takes our commercial quota listed here, divides it by that number, and that's the maximum number of permits that are given out to harvest the 24 to less than 28-inch fish, with the options that include the greater than 43-inch fish also. New Jersey is proposing an additional 500 or 1,000 trophy tags for those fish.
Emerson.
So if I'm understanding New Jersey then, if I'm a recreational angler in New Jersey and I obtain a special permit to allow me to catch fish in the 24 to 28-inch slot, it's one and done? I catch one fish and then I have to turn in my permit?
As long as there are not, the number of total tags available for the season is predetermined based on the total quota divided by the average weight of those fish. As long as all of those permits have not yet been allocated, then that angler is eligible to apply for another tag. So if there's, give me a rough number. So if there's 1,000 tags out there, or 1,000 eligible tags, 500 have been claimed, you use one of them, you can then apply to the state for another tag up until 1,000 total have been issued, or whatever the number is.
Mike,
I'll pass, Mr. Chairman.
anyone else here? You ready for the question? Want to caucus on this? We got a motion. Motion is to approve option R3 in the suite of commercial measures by Mr. Kelleher and Dennis Abbott. So 1 minute caucus. All right, so you ready for the question? What, Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just ask one quick question of New Jersey to Joe? I really hate to put you guys in a spot where all the options that you're talking about and analyzed go away, but did you guys did you do any analysis at all at increasing the upper size limit to something a little more closely aligned with what Rhode Island did? You know, like I said, I was concerned about that, but I have less of concern. I just don't know if that was something that you took a look at all, Joe.
Thanks,
Joe?
Mike. Not previously. Like I said, we just really quickly looked at how much of our harvest from that time frame, like literally just now, how much of our harvest in that time frame would have been 40 or less. And I think it's like 78% of our harvest would have fallen in that range, but no, it wasn't something we've analyzed.
All right, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? 1, 2 opposed. 3 opposed. Any abstentions? 2 abstentions. Any no votes? Motion carries. David.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the vote on Rhode Island, please. I'll speak to it if you'd like.
My suggestion is we do that at the end. In other words, go through all of the states, and because then we're going to have to go back and possibly revisit other issues.
And the only reason, I'll just say, it sounds like it's causing consternation about making the next votes for equity and other reasons that are going to confuse and cloud all these other votes when it's already been raised that it's like, why did we do that? Well, so I'm worried that it's going to make a mess. Then we'll have to go back and reconsider a whole bunch of them if we reconsider this one and it goes a different way. And I made the motion.
I'm happy to do whatever the pleasure of the board is. You want to go back and reconsider this? Anyone other than Dennis want to speak? Justin? Justin?
I'm just trying to clarify, was the motion seconded?
So we have a motion to reconsider, seconded by Mr. Abbott. Is that correct? Dennis, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I fully agree with Senator Merrimont that I think we're laying, if we continue down this path, I can foresee in the future that we laying groundwork for state to object to our decisions because we treated the states, one state unfairly over another, and I think that's not where we want to be. So that's why I think it's wise to reconsider our action on the Rhode Island issue. Thank you.
Question for Bob Beal. Is there any procedural reason we should or should not deal with this at this point?
The order of dealing with this is up to the board. It can be done now or toward the end, as you suggest.
I'll rule it as a valid motion then. Okay. Discussion on the motion. Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spoke earlier the first time around when we considered the Rhode Island proposals about the reason that I didn't support them, so I won't reiterate that here, but I just do think, in light of the fact we just took a tough vote to essentially ask New Jersey to take a big reduction because we did not want to give them access to fish outside of that 28 to 35 inch slot limit, I think it's inherently unfair to allow another state access just because we took the vote earlier, so I would be strongly in favor of this motion.
Adam.
So I'd like those that intend to vote in favor of this motion and then ultimately to vote in favor of Rhode Island only having the 28 to 35 option. I'd like to know what people intend to do with Virginia. They have no other option other than to have a fish greater than 35 inches. If the statement this board intends to make, no state shall have a fish as part of their recreational program other than between 28 and 35 inches, what do you all intend to do about Virginia?
Any comments to that point or any further points to be made on the motion? Mike, if you got your hand up.
I guess so, Mr. Chairman. So I think given Virginia's situation with a maximum size limit just an inch over what was being presented as a coast-wide option, and my comments already regarding Rhode Island, I mean, I gave it thought as we debated whether or not a few inches over the maximum size limit implemented on the coast would be appropriate. I think I would, and I also need to say that for our recreational fishery, for our trophy season in Chesapeake Bay, that the minimum size limit of 35 inches is what we intend to implement. But that's not it's part of it's our 2-week season in the spring. So I think, given Adam's question, I would stand behind my original vote to support Rhode Island and Virginia, just given that there is a bracket. It is capped at a certain maximum size, and those largest of fish would be protected. Thank you.
Lauren?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for Virginia. Did you tell us, sir, that the 28 to 36 inch had already been approved and indeed implemented for this year?
Yes, it has. It was approved in August. So we were very proactive in this whole process.
Then how do you deal, how could you possibly deal with this effectively other than some emergency measure?
Can you repeat that second part again?
If it's already been approved and implemented, that would require some really amazing gymnastics in terms of the procedure from here on throughout the rest of the
Exactly.
season.
And when we were very proactive, we started this process back in February when we first met after the stock assessment. And we had 9 meetings with our advisory committee. We had multiple public hearings about this. We were in constant touch with the TC and ASMFC staff about what we were doing. We put our proposals in advance of saying, what do you think about this? Do you think this will pass? So we felt very confident when the TC met December 17th and 18th, or 16th and 17th, that our proposal was going to pass. We're talking about 1 inch. That's what we had. We didn't change our size limit at all for the ocean. It would require a fair amount of work because our recreational measures are tied with our commercial. We have a 23.7% reduction recreationally, and we made up for the 18% by taking less in the commercial. So any changes we do, we have to go back and do all our calculations over again, both commercial and recreational.
All right, any other comments? Jeff, Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tend to go along the lines of what Mike Luisi said, and that was where our objection was to just the minimum size limits for New Jersey. We chose conservation equivalency right from the start, so we knew that there was going to be some inconsistent measures. To bring everyone in line is basically saying no conservation equivalency. I think if just hypothetically, if New Jersey had some other measures like 32 to 38 or 30 to 36 or something like that, I could support that. If it showed it was going to meet the reduction, because it's kind of in the spirit of, I think we're all kind of thinking that either we have a slot limit of some sort or we don't. That makes sense for the recreational side of things. I think to hem everyone into 28 to 35 inches or less than 35 inches is basically now saying, no, we really don't like conservation equivalency. We didn't set real clear parameters when we started this, just due to the timeliness that we had to put all this in place. So we're kind of doing this on the fly, of course, but I'm comfortable with at least some bounds in place compared to the 49 or 50 options that we had to choose from this morning. So I'm not in favor of reconsidering the Rhode Island vote. I just know that this isn't going to be a perfect scenario. We're just trying to really winnow this down and make some sense of this along the coast.
David, did you want to comment? And then I've got Jason, and then I'm going to offer a comment myself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of this discussion seems like a distraction from this part because we're reconsidering Rhode Island, and that was about the discussion of fairness to neighbors and an overall philosophy of size that needs to be considered as far as I'm concerned, and being part of the system in Maine that would have to come up with something if you told us to make a change, and that was what the board wanted. Yeah, we've had public hearings, we've done this and that, but if we need to protect fish in a certain way, we're going to go back and we're going to go through the process, we're going to do it. It's nice when it's part of the regular procedures, and it's okay when it isn't if it comes to protecting the fisheries. That's the most important thing here, and that's why to start clouding these other states' votes by, well, we did it for this one, well, maybe we didn't do the right thing for this one, and we just needed to consider that in the scope of some of the other things we were doing that just came a little out of order, but not to go too far down the order so we make a lot of wrong choices here. That's the thing. I think some of this is just confusing the issue. Who knows what will happen when we get to Virginia, because we're thinking of more ideas. Let's get to Virginia.
Jason?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick notes. When I made that motion for Rhode Island, feels like a long time ago. We didn't know what was happening, in particular with New York. we had heard Jim earlier in the discussion talk about this potential option. And so, long story short, we've gotten more clarity on that now. And so I understand why this is happening. But the one thing that folks haven't considered yet with regard to the Rhode Island options is Rhode Island, under the coastwide option, we're looking at about a 14% reduction. With our conservation equivalencies, they are all over 18%. So we're actually taking more conservation with our conservation equivalencies. So I just wanted to make sure that people understand that aspect of the Rhode Island proposals.
Any other comments? If not, Bob Beal, I just want to make sure I understand the rules correctly. Since it's a vote for reconsideration within the same meeting, it's 2/3 vote of the voting members, and abstentions don't count. Is that correct?
Abstentions count, except if they're from federal services. So, I don't know, a number of years ago, the commission came up with a unique rule that applies to these situations. So, if you want to amend or rescind a previous action, it takes a 2/3 majority vote. However, any abstentions by the federal service, 2/3 majority vote of all the voting members. So, even though DC left the room, they still count as a voting member. And if a federal service abstains, they don't count sort of in the denominator of that calculation, whether it's 2/3 vote or not. So this board has a total of 16 votes if everybody's here and everybody votes. If the two federal services were to abstain, and I don't know if they will, then you're down to 14 votes. And if of the 14 votes, to get 2/3 majority, you'll need 10 votes in favor for this to pass.
All right, everyone clear on the rules? Any disagreement with that? 1 minute caucus, then we're going to vote. All right, we're going to vote. I've asked Max to do a roll call, so it's very clear on the record how every state votes on this. And if for some reason that I can't anticipate, somebody wants to go back and reconsider, there's a record to go on as to who voted which way. So, Max, if you could call the roll, please.
Thanks. Working again, north to south. Maine.
Yes.
New Hampshire.
Yes.
Massachusetts.
Yes.
Rhode Island.
No.
Connecticut.
Yes.
New York.
Yes.
New Jersey.
No.
Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Delaware.
No.
Maryland.
No.
DC. PRFC.
No.
Virginia.
No.
North Carolina.
No.
National Marine Fisheries Service.
Abstain.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Abstain.
Motion does not pass. All right, so we're going to keep Adam.
So given the conversation that just occurred, a general consensus earlier that there's at least acknowledgement by this board that the reduction New Jersey's taking is much larger than other states. New Jersey is interested in having the flexibility to go back, craft a slot limit with a maximum size limit not to exceed the same 40 inches that we just used for Rhode Island. I'd like some direction from staff and leadership about what motion could be made to give us that flexibility and to get something back very short term in the interest of fairness based on what we just did for Rhode Island and what we intend to do for Virginia.
So let me ask this. How long will it take state of New Jersey to do that? Joe?
Well, we could do it in about 10 minutes and have it submitted, but we have our advisory committee meeting tomorrow night, so I think to give our staff good, thorough time to run through the options and ask our advisors if they are truly interested in this, we could still have it in by the end of the week.
Okay. Matt, do you want to provide guidance?
I mean, I guess it, thinking on the fly here with you, if it was purview of this board to allow Jersey to submit a proposal for TC review that met the circumstances that you just laid out, we would probably need a board to approve that via email. I don't think we'll have an in-person meeting for that before the April 1st implementation deadline. So a motion to that effect would be what I would recommend. Yep, Katie's saying that some language about approving such a measure pending TC review.
Richie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rhode Island's is approved, so I don't know if any of those options would fit what you're thinking about, but those are already approved.
Adam?
So nothing we have on paper is presently approved, but given what we've learned here today, again, in consideration of the discussion that a upper size limit is what the board is looking for, and in consideration of the board's willingness to work with New Jersey, we'd like to bring something back that meets TC approval. So I think the question for the board chair right now is, would he like a motion now, or would he like to finish getting through the states and then make one at the end?
Actually, I would prefer a motion now, only because then we don't have to come back, at least hopefully.
And is your preference to reconsider New Jersey's motion or just make a new motion?
If it's okay to interject, I would recommend give us some time to craft a motion that's quick and we can just continue on with the states and come back to it once we have a motion prepared. Thank you.
All right, next jurisdiction on the list is Pennsylvania. Any comments on Pennsylvania? Jim?
Just, if you're going to do that, and we're backing up, then I'd want to add New York to be the third. We'll put a 30 to 40 in also, so we're being consistent. So if you could throw that into the motion.
My suggestion is you broaden the language. So it's not just New York and New Jersey. If there's some other state that wants to do what is being considered here, then let's either authorize it or narrow it down, whatever the intent is. Pennsylvania, comments on Pennsylvania? Any objections to approving Pennsylvania as submitted? No objections, approved by consensus. Delaware, any comments on Delaware? Any objections to approving Delaware by consensus? No objections? Stands approved. Maryland. Any comments on Maryland? We've had a lot of comments, I would point out, on Maryland. Any objections to approving Maryland as submitted? No, well, the whole proposal. Yeah, so Max asked me whether or not we were approving the entire proposal, it's my intent to deal with, as I said before, to deal with the entire proposal. The Maryland proposal. Are there any comments? Jason?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so just a comment, depending on the response, well, I'll just ask I'll make my comment. So, Mike, there was, or through the chair, there was a lot of discussion about the non-targeting. And so I know the math, I mean, there was, you guys did the best you could with the data available. I understand all of that. I think the technical committee did as well as they could, again, given the data limitations. But they're underlying the no targeting aspect of your proposal is an assumption. And so I'm wondering, I think the assumption that you made for your preferred option was at the higher end of the range of possibilities of the, I think it was something on the order of 76% of what your, a 76% decrease in discards. It runs the gambit. I mean, there's also a possibility that discards could increase. And so I guess what I was wondering is if the state of Maryland would be willing to take a more risk-averse proportion. And so, you know, you go from, I think on the high end, it was actually not what you chose, but on the high end, it was 80, and then you had potentially a 10% increase. And so I was wondering if the state of Maryland would be willing to make an assumption that splits the difference. That would be a more risk-averse approach to that aspect of the proposal.
Mike?
Jason, I think where I was able to agree to a compromise here was to suggest that Maryland would remove options 2A, 2B, and 2C from consideration because those options are very heavily dependent on the closures and the no targeting aspects of the proposal. The option 2D, which is the fourth in the list there, there's a bag limit reduction for the private sector down to 1 fish, which is what is prescribed by Addendum 6. And so we would leave our minimum size higher than the prescribed Addendum 6 option. We'd stay at 19 inches. We'd go to the private sector for 1 fish. So that, in some sense, that's getting very close to what the Addendum 6 option would prescribe for us for our reduction. Under this scenario, the charter boat fishing throughout the year and following all season closures would be at a 2 fish bag limit. And I will say that the charter boats would not be so part of the enforceability of this action with having different bag limits between the two sectors. One of the things that's going to help with that is that we have a state-of-the-art electronic reporting system that requires a hailing component in the morning and in the evening, whether leaving the dock or returning to the dock. Any charter boat that would want to partake in a 2 fish bag limit for their clients would need to be part of that electronic reporting system, which is fed directly to our enforcement agency, so they could see who is going out and coming back with an intent on more than one fish for their clients. So, and the charter boat industry is a small component to Maryland's overall mortality as it relates to the private sector. So, I guess to getting to your question, Jason, instead of making a slight tweak to the assumption, I think we could eliminate a lot of the concern regarding how much the no targeting provision plays into our reductions by eliminating those with the 2 fish bag limit for all sectors. And we find ourselves in a position where, under option 2D, where we've removed that the weight, I guess you want to call it the weight of that no targeting provision. And I think at that point we would leave well enough alone, and we would hope that the board would support that 2D option. Thanks.
Jace? Sherry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to get this up on the board. So MD1, MD2D, And under the commercial, you're looking for the MD3A. And the MD3A is only providing a 1.8% reduction.
MD3A and MD4A.
Oh, see,
We-
I've got the old
One's
table.
one's on the coast and one's in the bay. We've already moved forward with the distribution of the quota with a 1.8% reduction, which requires our state to take more than an 18% reduction on the recreational fishery. And as you'll see, we've achieved our goal in our recreational fishery was to achieve a 20.6% reduction. And all of our options achieve that. And what I'm suggesting is we already plan to implement the coast-wide measure MD1. And what I would move to approve would be MD1 and MD2. I'm sorry, MD2D on the recreational side and the commercial fishery modifications. If you need a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Please make it as a motion, Mike.
Okay, I move to approve MD1, MD2D, MD3A, and MD4A.
Do I have a second? Seconded by John Clark. Wait until we get the motion up on the board, please. Anyone want to comment in the interim? Pat?
Just some clarity around MD 2D. That's Chesapeake Bay. There's a 35-inch minimum size associated with that within the bay. Is that the trophy fishery?
Yes, Pat, that is the trophy fishery. It was suggested under the addendum option. I'll just, for the purposes of information, the addendum suggested that we not modify. So if we were to go forward with just the addendum option, which is the one fish at 18 inches, it suggested that there be no additional modifications needed to our trophy season or our trophy minimum size limit. We are suggesting through this action that we delay the start of the trophy season for it varies each year, but it could be between 2 weeks and 7 days. So we're suggesting we delay that season to May 1st, and we're also, as part of this alternative, we are considering eliminating the catch and release and trolling during the month of April, which leads into that spawning period to give the fish a break from being caught during that time. So it's in addition to what Addendum 6 was suggesting. Thanks.
Steve Frame.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the great appreciation that you're going to put a lot of limits on it, it still doesn't have a cap. We just went around and around with 2 other states on whether they were going to have a cap size on their trophy fish, and they agreed to them, and this one doesn't. We're trying to be consistent. I can't support this if the trophy is unlimited on the top end.
David, did you have your hand up? I saw it move. Okay. Twitch. Anyone else on that side of the table? Anyone over here? Adam?
So this is the one proposal that gains benefit. I'm not sure what adjective to use before benefit. Slight, significant. I'd like some clarity to know how much of the contribution to the reduction is coming from those 2 months of no targeting. Is it 5%? Is it 2%? Because that's unique. And if we're talking about level playing field, this is a proposal that utilizes something else that no other state is utilizing, and I'd like to know the magnitude of that.
Mike, do you want to
Thank you,
respond?
Mr. Chairman. So What I'll say is that the combination of the no targeting provisions prior to the start of the trophy season, which would be a 2-week season beginning in May, contributes about around 5% altogether. The delay plus the no targeting gets us to around 5% of our total 20% reduction. And I will make the point that if we were to go to a slot limit, let's say, for the trophy fishery, there would be many, many, many more fish harvested, given the size distribution of those fish moving into the bay to spawn. If there's a thought that we would go to a slot to be consistent with that of the coastal fishery, it would be much worse as far as our interaction than our harvest of fish. The trophy fishery in Maryland has been in place for many years. We've talked about it a number of times before, and it's a very, very small contributor to the overall harvest and mortality associated with those migratory fish along the coast. It's 2 weeks long. It's access for our fishermen to a resource that they don't have available to them the rest of the year, and it's a very small as far as its contribution to mortality. Thanks.
All right, we've had a lot of discussion about this proposal and elements of it throughout the day. And so could we have the proposal up on the board, the motion? Oh. All right, so we have a motion on the board. Any questions or comments, pro or con, that haven't been made? In other words, please don't be repetitive. Dan.
Yeah, just for the record, when we voted last meeting to reduce both sectors by 18%, we thought that was real. So it really kind of surprises us that states can ignore the outcome of that vote and manipulate the rules to favor the commercial sector over the rec sector. But that's an internal issue for the state of Maryland, so be it. But just for the record, I think that shouldn't have been allowed. No one communicated to us that you didn't have to comply with that particular rule, and I think it's a little disturbing.
And I just want to verify, John Clark, you were the seconder on this motion. Is that correct? Yeah, thank you. All right, any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? 1 minute caucus. I'm going to give everybody 1 more minute since there's still a number of people talking. All right, ready for the question? All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Hold it up, please. Opposed? 2. Abstentions? 2 abstentions? No votes? No votes. Vote. Motion carries. 10 to 3 to 2. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't intend to open up a can of worms here, but it seems to me that we started to have the discussion on accountability and then we didn't make any decisions. We just moved on. And frankly, I look at this proposal and it seems like a lot of smoke and mirrors, particularly the no target closures. So I'm wondering what happens if there's another massive overage like we saw in 2015. Is the board okay with that? Or is there going to be some sort of change required?
I mean, I think Tony Kearns spoke to this before. Tony, you want to rephrase or restate your advice on this issue, accountability?
The board can decide if they want to add accountability. I would suggest if you're going to put accountability on for all state proposals or not. But as it stands right now, as it is in the plan, what we will do is review in the FMP reviews and say, these states met it, these states didn't, but there is no corrective course of action through that. If you want a corrective course of action, then the board will need to do that at some point today. I would suggest getting through all of your plans and then decide if you want to have accountability or not.
All right, so next group to discuss is the Potomac River Fishery Commission. Any comments on that? Any objection to approving their proposal as submitted? No objections. Proposal stands approved by unanimous consent. District of Columbia, any comments? Any objections to approving it as submitted? Approved by consensus. Let's see, Virginia, Virginia is next. Comments on the Virginia proposal? Any comments?
I'll make a couple of comments. It's we have the proposed at 28 to 36 because the 36 matches up with our maximum size in the bay as well. We've had no coastal harvest, according to MREP, for the last 5 years. And in 2017, we only had 98 fish. So we're not talking about a large fishery here. We've also removed our trophy season that we had that were fish larger than 36 inches. So it's a small fishery. We wanted to be consistent with what we have in the bay for our maximum size for the fall season, and that's the reason why we proposed the 36 inch. So we hope you consider it favorably.
So, Adam?
These options were put in place last August, but the document that the TC approved late last year still had the note about considering one fish per person per year greater than 36. So what is the status of that moving forward, given the other discussions we've had here?
We are moving forward with that this year coming up. It's going to be similar to the New Jersey program where it'll be a limited number of tags, individual tags. Instead of a trophy fishery, it would be a bonus fishery where one tag per person per year. For fish larger, for fish larger than 36 inches, it'll be very limited.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question in regards to no direct targeting during closed season or the closed period. Mike had indicated that their law enforcement and court systems do accommodate for non-targeting regulations. I know our state does not. It's really hard for our law enforcement to be able to prove targeting scenarios. How is PFRC in regards to their law enforcement and court system to have that go through?
Do you mean Virginia? Not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Yes,
okay.
thank you.
We don't have any regulations on targeting. We don't have them in place, and it's the season. I mean, we don't have a long a season as they do in Maryland, so that it's if the season is open, we know people are targeting, and the rest of the year they're moving on to other species. It's not a year-round. Maryland, it's a much longer season than what we have recreationally. So.
Any other questions? Okay, so I've asked the same question for every other state. Any objections to approving this as submitted? Any objections? If there are no objections, so the proposal is approved as submitted. Last one on the list, last but not the least, I would point out, is North Carolina. Any comments on North Carolina? Any objections to approving North Carolina as proposed? North Carolina stands approved by consensus. Okay, so we've gone through the actual proposals. Yeah, we have to go back to New Jersey, and I think, Adam, you're going to make this motion, or who on the New Jersey delegation is going to make the motion?
I'm pretty sure staff has something that is not New Jersey specific. Give me a moment to read it to myself before I read it into the record. So there was conversation about not making this New Jersey specific. So what has staff come up with that makes this New Jersey specific now, or are you planning for something additional for other states?
I would hope that if there are other states that want to do the same thing, that we include them in this language or broaden the language, one of the two. We don't want to do this 5 times. Tony?
Mr. Chairman, the only other state that said they wanted to do something else was New York, and it was specific for their for-hire fishery, so I crafted 2 separate motions for that.
All right, so discussion on this is a motion by Adam, seconded by...
Would you like me to make the motion?
I read your lips.
Move to approve a slot limit for New Jersey to develop one conservation equivalency option that would achieve at least an 18% reduction with a maximum slot limit size of no more than 40 inches pending technical committee approval.
Seconded by Emerson. Discussion on the motion. Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm having a little bit of trouble with the first line of the motion. It seems like it should read something more like move to allow New Jersey the option to develop one conservation equivalency option. And then I'm wondering if we need some time certain, some deadlines in here to ensure that the option is submitted in time to allow for TC approval or TC review and ultimately board approval ahead of the implementation guideline or deadline, sorry.
I mean, I guess my read is if it's approved, it's allowed. Tony.
What I heard the board say that they were shooting to do was approve something pending TC approval. So you're allowing New Jersey to do this as long as the TC is okay with it. It would not come back to the board. And so therefore, that was how this was crafted. If the board would like to review it and approve it, then we can do that. We would have to do that through an email vote.
Yeah, no, I was just going to agree with Justin. I think the to develop part kind of makes it a little strange to me that it should be something like move to approve one conservation equivalency option for New Jersey that achieves at least pending TC approval. Is that kind of where you were going with that?
Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cannot the technical committee tell us right now what the minimum size would have to be with a maximum
40.
of 40?
Not without looking at New Jersey specific data right now.
All right, so you have a motion. Are there any changes, modifications to the motion, Adam?
Just to address Justin's other concern, we do intend to submit this by close of business on Friday. If it's sufficient just to have that on the record, if you need that as part of the motion, feel free to add it.
I don't think it's necessary to add it to the motion. Any objections to Adam's interpretation standing? So that's the standing rule then. Let's see, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just state for the record that while I agree with giving New Jersey this opportunity to revisit conservation equivalency, I'm not comfortable with essentially approving this without seeing what the option actually will be, given that we spent a lot of time today going through everybody's CE proposals and doing state-by-state approvals and subjecting them to board scrutiny. We have no idea what the bottom end of a slot will be. If the top end is 40 inches, the way this is worded, it actually doesn't limit them to the maximum size limit being 40 inches. So we'd essentially be providing a priori for approval for an option we haven't seen yet, so I wouldn't be comfortable with that.
Russ?
So right off the top, I can tell you, you know, we're going back and forth with staff, and we're, yeah, I said my staff almost. It's been that long, but we have at least a, 30 to less than 40 is a 20% reduction right off the top. So it wouldn't be any lower than 30 inches. That's or something like 28 to 38, were the two we were looking at, somewhere in that range, and they're very similar. So, and as Joe has mentioned, we have an advisors meeting tomorrow night, get that approved through them, and we can come back with that and have it ready to go. But our, Joe's staff is still working on these options to make sure that the technical committee has what they need.
John McMurray?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still a little concerned about the 18% portion of this, and I think to achieve the 18% reduction, New Jersey needed to achieve somewhere upwards of 40%. I feel like we're losing sight of the fact that our goal here with this addendum is to achieve an 18% reduction on a coastal level. I understand that we need to be fair among states, and I understand there needs to be some equity in our decision-making process here, but I also think we need to really focus on the goal here. And I'd like the board to kind of reconfirm that is where we're heading here. We are trying to achieve an 18% reduction along the coast, and we're seem to be moving away from that.
Richie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This implementation date would not change with this motion.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other comments on this? You need a caucus on this? Yes, caucus? A 1-minute caucus. All right, you ready for the question? You ready to? All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by raising a hand. 2, 3. All opposed? I got 3, 4, 3. Any abstentions? 2 abstentions? Any no votes? No votes, like 9-4-2. Motion carries. All right, Jim Gilmore, do you want to address the New York situation? I understand you have a motion.
Yeah, actually, Tony has a motion to put up, and just to clarify, there was a comment that we were trying to put up a 30 to 40, which was already approved. It's not a 30 to 40 option. What we're doing is we wanted to do the 28 through 35, which was our first option under the recreational coastwide. We are also, that was analyzed, was that 31 plus size fish that was opposed. So we would like to do a 30 to 40 that would simply be for the for-hire sector as an adjustment or whatever to that. So we're still going at the 28 to 35, but we would allow through some permit licensing, whatever, a 30 to 40 inch for the for-hire sector.
Right, so is that the motion, Jim?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, do I have a second to that motion? Second? No. Anyone want to second it at the table? I'm going to ask one more time. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Mike Luisi. Discussion on the motion. Dan?
I
And then
think the
Justin.
motion is not reflective of Jim's comments. He talked about this being for a portion of the for-hire fishery that are permitted. Am I right?
Jim?
Say that again, Dan, because I think
I think you said, Jim, that this proposal would only be for a subset of your for-hire fishery?
well, and initially, again, I don't know the legal bounds of this. The only one that expressed an interest in this was the Montauk for hire industry. I don't believe the rest of the state wants to do this. That's something we have to evaluate. So that's why we're undecided whether we're going to do it or not. I just want to have the option, since now I've got 30 to 40 inch options on either side of me. I've got Rhode Island and I've got New Jersey. So I want to just have this option to make sure we can keep consistency between our neighboring states.
All right, so other discussion? Justin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm opposed to this motion for reasons that I've reiterated multiple times today. Regional consistency between New York, Rhode Island, and Connecticut is really important in my mind. Essentially, if New York were to adopt this and Rhode Island were to adopt one of their conservation equivalency proposals, Connecticut has no option to come into alignment with those two states, because our only option was the regional proposals, which cannot fly unless all three states implement one of those. So essentially, if New York were to move forward with this, we would have a situation where Connecticut anglers would be fishing right next, on for-hire vessels, would be fishing right next to Rhode Island and New York boats, and would not have access to the same size class of fish, and Connecticut would have no way to remedy that. So I'm opposed to the motion.
Jason?
Actually, I think I'd be out of order, so I'll yield.
Anyone else on the motion? Emerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At one of the meetings that was held in New York, where a larger minimum size was being discussed for a portion of the for-hire industry, all of those fishermen who fish in Long Island, the for-hire vessels that fish in Long Island Sound, including those from Orient, said that they would not opt into this. They're not interested in participating in a 31-inch minimum or a 30 to 40-inch slot size. They're sticking with the 28 to 35.
Dan?
I'll repeat what I mentioned earlier. To preserve the integrity of MRIP, I don't think it's appropriate to have a subset of the for-hire fishery to have special permits and different rules, because I don't believe the MRIP data can tease that out or treat that class of vessels separate. So please, I would suggest we don't approve this.
Justin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on what Emerson just said, the wording of this motion does not make it clear that what's being proposed is an opt-in for some portion of the for-hire industry, that essentially, if this were approved, the New York for-hire industry would have an option of either the 30 to 40 inch or the 28 to 35 inch. So if that is the intent, I would like to see the wording of the motion reflect that.
Jim?
We can add that in very clearly. The idea is that they would be, for hire fishery, that it would either be a 30 to 40 inch or a 28 through 35 opt-in, monitored by a licensing program. In a sense, they have to choose one. They either choose the 28 through 35 inch slot, or they choose the 30 to 40. They cannot do both. If they go with the 30 to 40 inch slot, they essentially have to do that by license, and we essentially have logbooks and permits that would have to track that. So they do have to opt in for an either or.
Any other comments on this? The language has been modified. Mike, is the modification all right with the seconder?
Sure.
Any other comments? Any objections to this motion? No, what, two objections. We've had discussion on the motion. We've perfected the motion. We're to the point where I'm ready to call a question on the motion. Are you ready to vote on this motion at this point? Everyone ready to vote on the motion? Let's vote on it, since I already know we have a couple of people that want to vote no. So all those in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand. 1, 2, 3. Five yeses, noes. Five noes, abstentions. 2 abstentions, null votes. 1 null vote. 1 no. We had 2 guys from the same state voting the same way, right? No? Motion. Yeah, we end up with just so that nobody thinks there's a game here, we end up with a tie vote, but it does not appear that everyone voted. So if you would, everyone in favor of this motion, raise your right hand and hold the hand up. I know it's getting late. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 in favor. No votes. Raise your hand. We got 5. Yep. 5. Okay. 5 noes. Abstentions. 4 abstentions. 1 no. Motion fails. Yep. Motion fails. Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on what Justin said earlier about the predicament with Connecticut, which may or may not now be solved, given that, I think I'll still move forward. I would like to make a motion to approve the Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York Regional Proposal B.
We have a motion. Is there a second to that? And we'll get it up on the board. Someone want to second that option? B. Dennis. Discussion on this motion. Jason.
So, I sort of alluded to it with the motion, but the idea here was to potentially bring back an option to Connecticut to maintain consistency between Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New York. And I think given the failure of New York's last motion, this might be something helpful for them as well. It's not just a for-hire option, but it is that 30 to 40 inch slot.
Dennis, you want to comment as the seconder? No. Anyone else around the table? Justin? And then Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually going to speak in opposition to this motion. I feel like at this point, we spent a lot of time discussing the different proposals. It's apparent at this point that I think New York and New York and Connecticut would like to move forward with the 28 to 35 slot, which would preclude implementation of this proposal, so I'm against the motion.
Joe?
Well, I was speaking in favor of it, going back to something that Jason had said earlier, that, Connecticut and Rhode Island are 2 states under the coastwide measure that don't achieve an 18% reduction, and this gets the region to an 18% reduction. And further, New Jersey's now considering a 30 to 40 inch slot as well, and it would have had a a true regional approach to it. Thank you.
Any other comments on the motion? Dan?
Yeah, I'd be opposed to this motion. It's not a true regional approach. If my neighbors are adopting different rules than we have anglers that come from Worcester County that go down to the central part of the state that fish out of Connecticut. We have anglers that fish in Rhode Island. We have boats going back and forth between the two states. And I can't suspend or revoke a permit from any of those anglers if they're non-compliant in our waters, especially if coming from out of state, because they don't have permits in Massachusetts. So I have a real problem when we have these neighboring states, we accommodate those anglers and those vessels to say you don't need a permit in Massachusetts, but I'm really fearful of the lack of compliance with the Massachusetts rules if this were enacted.
Any other comments? You need a caucus on this? 1 minute? 30 seconds, how about that? All right, so the motion is to approve the Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York Regional Proposal Option B by Jason McNamee, seconded by Mr. Abbott. All in favor, raise your right hand. Five in favor, no. Six noes. Any abstentions? 4 abstentions. Any no votes? Motion fails. Okay, so I think where we are is we don't need a overarching motion to approve this because we've gone through it in segments, and Tony or Bob can correct that if I'm misstating it. I think we're down to the point where we need, there have been repetitive comments on the need for accountability, and we also need to deal with the circle hook issue, and then I think we're pretty much done. On the issue of circle hooks, Jason, you want to make a motion?
Sure. I'll wait for it to get up on the screen.
Yeah.
I hope it's not one of those long ones. Okay, that looks right. So I move that the states submit implementation plans for circle hook requirements by August 15th, 2020, and board approval at the annual meeting 2020. So it sort of sets out the time frame for us.
Motion by Jason, is there a second? Seconded by Ray Kane. Discussion. Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our original plan was to try to get our circle hook regulations in place this spring and have them in line with our coastal sharks circle hook requirements that are required by July 1st, so we have consistent language. I guess this motion doesn't preclude us from doing that. However, if they're not approved, then we would have to change those in 2021. Is that correct?
I guess, yes. I mean, if the way they're submitted and vetted through the PRT, if they didn't pass through this board, I guess you're right, yeah. We do have another comment about circle hook requirements, how those regulations might look from the technical committee. Just plug that in real quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the board aware of a brief conversation the technical committee had at their in-person meeting when reviewing conservation equivalency proposals and implementation plans. And the general comment was if any states are going forward with circle hook provisions and having specific exemptions, if it applies to a particular sector or whatever the exemption is, that they clearly identify what the exemption is and what the impact of that exemption will be in terms of numbers of fish, what that equates to, so that the technical committee has that information when judging these proposals.
Jim?
Just a procedural question. So I think the last meeting, there was a motion that we'd have them implemented by January 1st of 2021. And if we're not approving them to the board meeting, does that put any state in an issue where they're not going to be able to get their regulations done by the first of the year? Because that's only 6 weeks, so some planning might be in order to make sure we hit the target.
Other comments? Mac?
Yeah, I will say that I just threw up a date to get the conversation going. So if this doesn't meet your processes, perhaps an earlier submission deadline is appropriate. Recognizing that the board meeting would be August would be the next earliest one.
Justin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in Connecticut, we're going to have to do this through a full regulations process, which can take 6 to 8 months. So I would think that, at the time that implementation plans are due, at that point we would have already started our regulations process and would be well into it. So it would be problematic for us if we found out in October that the board wasn't going to approve what we were trying to do, because we'd have no way to change course and get it done by the first of the year if we had to start over again. So I'm not sure how to resolve that.
Thanks for that. So just to bring it back, states were unable to submit regulatory language this time around with the implementation plan. So we have to be able to see that. The board has to see that and check that off the list at some point. Now it's up to you guys to pick a date of when you think you can have draft language available for full vetting. Whether that be a few weeks from now, or if you need time, you just need to make that clear and create a deadline that meets the January 1st, 2021 implementation timeline.
Other comments on the motion? Any other comments? Any objections to the motion? No objection. Motion stands approved as proposed. Okay, so there's been a lot of discussion at this meeting about the need for accountability. I understand there's a motion that's been put forth by Mr. Kelleher. Pat, you want to discuss it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of conversations about accountability, some for, some against. So I've crafted a motion that would give the board some flexibility, but would remand to the plan review team at least a review. That motion is to move to task the plan review team to review state reductions in fisheries management plan review of the 2020 fishing year. If a state is below their predicted target reduction, the board may direct a state to modify measures for the next fishing year to achieve the target reduction.
Motion by Pat, seconded by Emerson. Adam.
So my assumption is that this evaluation is going to be done based on MRIP used to then evaluate the harvest of that state in numbers or pounds, and that data is not finalized until the springtime of the following year. So this board would then meet to consider that information, maybe at the spring meeting if the information was finalized, and then you're going to ask the states to change measures for that fishing year? Is that what the ask is here? Thinking about What is the data we're going to use? When is it going to be available? And when are we going to be able to evaluate it as a board?
Pat?
I got a screw loose over here, Mr. Chairman. No comments from Abbott, please. So, Adam, yes. I mean, I think, with all of the data associated with any state implementation, we would take a look at that. In talking to Tony about this, you would have a delay because of the delay on the data side, right? So if we were to take action, we would have to, the action would probably be 2 years. So it wouldn't be in the 2021 year, it would be the following year because of the delay in the data, on the data side. I would just say, though, this gives us the flexibility to do something or nothing, the way I've drafted it, just so we can keep it on the table in case something goes completely haywire.
I've got Jason McNamee, then Joe, then Adam, then Dan, then Richie White.
I was first in the queue. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I'm not going to vote against accountability, but just to make a couple of quick comments, and I may have misheard Adam, but so I think the way that I read this, it's not just harvest, it would also be discards, because that was all accounted for in these, so it's everything. I think I would prefer that we hold off on this and do it more thoughtfully, because I think we can come up with some really good accountability measures that would account for the fact that we're using a statistical survey to have our accountability and all of that sort of thing. But I also have, so I just wanted to make those comments. I have a question as well. So my assumption is this is directed at the conservation equivalency folks, but is that right? It doesn't say that, and so should we also calculate the reductions that the folks doing the coastwide option were supposed to be getting, and are they accountable to those as well?
You're correct. The intent here was focused on the conservation equivalencies. We still have many conservation equivalencies after the exercise we just went through, so trying to leave some flexibility to the board. I don't disagree with you, Jason, as far as trying to do a better job in fine-tuning and coming up with something, and I still think that needs to be done. But I think we should have something on the table in case we've completely missed one of these conservation equivalencies going forward, and leave the board the option to make an adjustment or not in the future.
All right, I've got Adam next and then Joe.
No, I'll defer to Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow up to what Jay was saying, that was where my question was focused as well. So we didn't know what states that didn't forward CE proposals reductions were, so there is no accountability there. I'm assuming that if a state doubles their harvest under the coastwide measure, they're not going to be asked to look at their measures, at least by this motion. And the coastwide measures had, again, going back to that idea that New Jersey on paper was taking a 43% reduction. On paper, Connecticut, under that coastwide measure, is actually allowed to now harvest more pounds of fish than New Jersey. So I do think that the coastwide measure needs to be scrutinized and have accountability as well if we're going to do this. And therefore, I would support Jay's idea that we take some time and think about how to do this.
The other side of the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the motion. I think given the option between doing something or nothing, I'd much rather do something at this meeting. I think the public demands it. It's not punitive. We're not asking for paybacks. I think this is entirely reasonable. And the intent, if Pat didn't articulate it clearly, I think, is to prevent states from taking advantage of the conservation equivalency program. I don't think it should be punitive for states who are being asked to do, what the plan tells them to do.
All right, I've got Richie, you're next, and then Mike, Luisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd like to see conservation equivalency in here, so I'd like this motion to say that it's just for states doing conservation equivalency.
Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to agree with Jason and Joe. While I'm not at all speaking against accountability, given what we've just spent 5 or 6 hours debating issues on management, that I think we could do a better job than putting a placeholder in for something that's going to happen 2 years from now. If I heard the comment correctly, we wouldn't be making adjustments if our state is found to be not, I guess, in compliance with the addendum, having made the necessary reductions. Changes would be made in 2022. Did I hear that, or 2021? 2022, I think is what I heard. So I don't know why there's an urgency. I understand the point that the public wants there to be some form of accountability, and I support that wholeheartedly. I just don't agree that we're going to take a point estimate from MRIP and compare it to something that happened 3 or 4 years ago, and that's going to be the accountability measure. Nor do I agree that a state that implements the addendum prescribed measure gets a get out of jail free card from any of this. There's as much uncertainty around the options in the addendum as there are in the conservation equivalency option. So why should a state that just falls in line with the addendum, why should their anglers get out of jail free? I don't agree with that. I think we could do a better job at being more creative and really considering this. So I would make a motion to postpone this decision, and have a discussion at the spring meeting in May.
Right, is there a second? Seconded by Marty. Motion to postpone. Bob, is a motion to postpone to a time certain debatable? Yes.
Only the time certain part is debatable.
Okay, so you heard our executive director. Any discussion on this? Adam, and then Dan.
It would seem that this topic would be best suited during the development of the amendment that we're talking about. What is our planned discussion time? I think we thought we were going to talk about it some today. I'm guessing that's probably not likely at this point. So would we expect to have those two discussions at the spring meeting? Would this motion be better tied to the amendment itself?
Well, you can do it, actually, you can do it both ways. There've been a number of references here today on the need to include a discussion about accountability and CE in any amendment that goes forward. I mean, I have not written down the number of times different board members have made that suggestion, you know, but there's nothing to stop the board from taking this up at the board meeting in the spring and discussing it at that time also. It's really what the preference of the board is on this. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so, Adam, that was my intent. It's not to say that accountability isn't needed. I think that we would be better if I mean, personally, I've spent the last few months working on what we just went through and the approval process for conservation equivalency proposals and management by each state. I'd like to give some thought to accountability and really, you know, spend some time thinking about how we, as a board, as member states, can move forward with a truly sound and robust accountability system for management of striped bass. I just don't think right now is the best time to have that discussion, given the hour of the day.
Anything further on this? Do you need a caucus on this? Anyone need a caucus on this issue? Yep.
Sorry, we snuck in some words in response to Richie's concern of friendly. We put it up there to include conservation equivalency measures. Just want to make sure the makers, but he's postponing a motion that we snuck in of friendly, so I want to just make sure the board's aware.
Yeah, before I was able to ask for a consideration of a friendly amendment, the motion was made, so I think you have to take those words out of that. Staff had included implementative conservation equivalencies. Those words need to be removed from that motion.
That everyone's clear, all you're doing is removing those specific words. The remainder of the motion is going to stay the same.
That's
the rest
correct.
of the motion.
That's correct.
That's what the intent is. Okay, so you have a motion to postpone. Do you need a caucus on this? Hopefully not. All those in favor of the motion to postpone, raise your hand. Eight, nine, 10. No? Raise your hand. Abstention? No? No? Okay, abstentions? 2 abstentions, any no votes? Motion passes 10-3 to 2. All right, so I think we're through the addendum 6, unless the staff can remind me, is there anything that we've forgotten?
I'm going to look to Tony and Bob here. We have AP, but we can move that to an email vote, in which case we're on to other business, and we're going to push on that as well.
Okay. Any other business on we're into the AP? Nope, moving. Okay. No, we can't adjourn. We, as much as I would love to adjourn because I have to catch a plane. Emerson, we agreed to give you 2 minutes.
I can hold off until the spring meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So my only question, and I you know, having chaired a 6.5 or 7-hour meeting that's horrendously chaotic because of the way we handled the issue with 49 alternatives. And to be blunt, we should have, on this one, we should have had like a small subcommittee that would have sat down and not made a single decision, but simply sorted through some of this so that we could make decisions based on a whole series of facts that we had at the time, instead of trying to do it on the fly, which is what we tried to do. So I guess my question is, for the next meeting, we're going to get into a really difficult issue, which is going to be the amendment. We'll be into the details of that amendment. Do we want to repeat this at the next meeting and have a kind of a free-for-all, or do we want to proceed with trying to have a small subcommittee, sit down, work group, whatever you want to call it, sit down and try to work through some of these concepts and then bring at least a straw man to us at the next meeting? What's the preference of the group? No preference? Dan?
You know, David, I like your idea to create a work group and try to iron out the controversial issues in advance. So I would support that.
Any other comments on that suggestion? Okay. Do I have any objections to that suggestion? Okay. Justin?
I'm not clear on exactly what's being suggested, so there was some allusion to the amendment. We're forming a work group to sort of
start to work through some of the issues that we would discuss at the at the next meeting. My assumption here, and anybody can correct this if I'm wrong, we've agreed to start the development of a rebuilding program for striped bass. And if that's the case, then somebody's going to start the work at some point. Tony, now if the staff has a different way of doing that, please speak up.
I don't necessarily have a different way of doing it, but I just want to remind the board that you have a tabled motion to initiate an amendment, so you actually haven't even initiated an amendment yet. If we wanted to get together a working group of ideas to bring forward, that is the prerogative of this board, but it would have been my thought that the board would discuss different types of issues that then a working group could bring back to the board in August of things to narrow down and hash out, so that you're not doing it at the table, but that for folks could come to the spring meeting with a set of ideas of issues to include in an amendment. And for, obviously we have, if it's an amendment, it has a PID, and so you have all these, you have some time to work through those things. If you wanted to have some email conversations with each other about those issues beforehand so that you do hash out some of these, then maybe that would help.
What's the preference of the board? Pat?
Well, I appreciate Tony's thoughts. I think your idea of a working group that starts to flesh out some of these issues beforehand would really be important. I mean, we definitely need a broader conversation around CEs. We definitely need to have conversations around accountability issues. I mean, that's just two of many, many issues that are going to come up. And I think a little pre-conversation before the next board meeting may help us put a strong motion on the table to give guidance on the development of, to the plan development team to start fleshing out what that looks like.
So let me ask, any objections to doing that? Okay, so yes. Greg?
I don't necessarily have an objection, but I'd like to point out that there is a motion to amend to the amendment process. First, we asked for the amendment, and then there was a motion to amend that to include revisit the allocations. That has not been voted on yet. If it's if that's the time now, or if I may be amenable to adding this accountability to that also. Mr. Reed and I made that motion, and it has not been voted on yet. But I would like that to be one of the issues that's visited through this amendment process. If it would simplify things to add accountability to that, then I would offer that to Mr. Reed.
What Max is suggesting is that we send out an email to the full group, basically ask for some suggestions to put together a small group and proceed from that on that basis. Adam?
I appreciate the effort. I recognize the position of the chair of the commission, but I really think in the interest of transparency, this first discussion should occur in a public forum. This meeting room is where it should occur, including having the opportunity for the public to give us some idea of what those issues are going to be. I think there's the potential for criticism from the public if we go off and have a group, even if there are efficiencies in doing so, of them coming back and saying, well, yes, behind closed doors, they kind of worked up what we were going to work on, including the allocation issue, et cetera. I think we would be better served to formally initiate an amendment. We have a tabled motion, have discussion about what we think we want, hear from the public, and then have a group to go out and work on how we're going to craft that in a PID. That's my opinion, Mr. Chairman.
We don't have a consensus on this. I'm not going to ask for a motion on it. We'll just take the issue up at the May meeting and deal with the table motions or whatever from that basis. Okay? Any other business to come before us? Roy?
Mr. Chairman, what we set up today was a system where some states have size limits from 28 to 35 inches, and some states have a higher slot. At what point will we have an opportunity to revisit that? I'd like some advice. Is it to wait until we tackle Amendment 7? Or would we have an opportunity annually to make adjustments to those size limits, either with an addendum or perhaps without an addendum? What are our capabilities in that regard?
Any state has the opportunity to resubmit conservation equivalency and to pursue changes in their regulations. What the board just did was approved measures for compliance with Addendum 6. I think the intent is that those would fly for 2020. We would revisit those in 2021 with final data, and the board will have hopefully made some clear headway on accountability at that point.
Would those adjustments require an addendum, or would they be just annual adjustments?
Again, conservation equivalency, a state would submit a proposal for TC review, vetting through the CE process.
Dan?
Point of clarification, what was approved today were options. So those jurisdictions have yet to enact the final rules.
Any other business to come? Mike?
Just another quick clarification for Matt, just to ask Max a question. So when we take these options out to the public, we had season dates and different things within our proposal. If a state is to modify, if we were to modify or slide our season dates around based on public comment that we receive through the regulatory process, Max, what would be the best way to, as long as you still meet the goal of we would be still reaching our goal, but I'm thinking that our stakeholders may ask us to slide some of our seasons around a little bit within the wave. Would we need to resubmit a new implementation plan with the actual measures we're putting in place? Or is that going to need board approval if we were to change the dates by 2 days in one direction or the other based on a weekend or work, something like that? If you can give some advice, that'd be great.
Off the top of my head, I think we've reached the point of no return with what has come through the TC to this point and has now been given the blessing of the board for you to take to your constituents. But yeah, if it really came down to that, it would have to go back through the process to prove that those calculations, those new season closure dates meet the reductions necessary. And I don't know if that would make the April 1 deadline either. So please keep that in mind.
John, I'm about to end the meeting. I'll put everybody on notice. John?
Yeah, okay, I may have missed this, but is the TC going to get back to us on an estimation of the % reduction coastwide, given the measures that we just approved state by state? I know that there are some options that states haven't been specific about yet, but we should still have an idea of what the total coastwide reduction is going to be.
So I think based on the motion that has been postponed, there's the possibility you would see that in 2021. However, if the board wishes to task the TC with that, they can go ahead and do that. The TC would prefer that we wait until everybody has actually implemented something, given that we still have multiple options on different combinations of options on the board. But that is something that we could bring back to you at the May meeting if everybody implements by April 1st.
So just to clarify, you'll be able to tell us with some confidence in May, rather than making a gross estimate in the next few
We
days.
can tell you the reductions on paper that would be expected based on the implementation plans that everybody will implement April 1st at the May meeting.
Any other business? Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of concerned about your well-being, and I note that we don't have a vice chair. So when are we going to select the vice chair? Because I don't know if you'll survive 2 years the way it's been going.
You never can tell who's going to go first, Dennis. We don't have a vice chair, but we can put that on the agenda for the next meeting. How's that? Meeting is adjourned.
We're going to try to start coastal sharks as quickly as possible. We've had some folks from Fish and Wildlife that have been patiently waiting to give us a presentation. So unless you really need to, please try not to go far. And then we will have bluefish immediately